You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is I inherited my uncle's house, but the basement door opens only when I'm asleep. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The basement door was open 3 inches when I woke up on the living room floor, though I was certain I had locked it before lying down. Not closed it, locked it. I remembered the small brass key resisting in the old cylinder, remembered twisting until the bolt slid into the frame with a dry wooden knock. Now the key was still in my pocket. The afternoon light had shifted across the rug, and a thin strip of darkness showed between the door and the jamb. From somewhere below came a steady electronic chirp, spaced exactly 30 seconds apart. My name is Daniel Mercer, 34, male, and at the time I was more embarrassed than frightened. That distinction matters. Fear would have made me leave immediately. Embarrassment kept me sitting there, rubbing the carpet pattern from my cheek and trying to reconstruct the last hour as if I were defending myself in court. I had arrived at my uncle's house in western Pennsylvania shortly after 10 that morning. Property sat outside a small town called Ligonier, less than 10 minutes from Route 30, but far enough into the hills that traffic became a distant, irregular hiss. The house was a narrow 2-story farmhouse with gray vinyl siding, a rust-streaked metal roof, and a porch that leaned slightly toward the gravel drive. My uncle had owned it for 28 years. Now I did. Technically, the probate documents were still in a folder on the kitchen counter beside a mug containing 3 petrified pens. I had spent most of the morning checking rooms against an inventory prepared by the estate attorney, photographing furniture, and attaching blue painter's tape to anything I planned to sell. I was supposed to stay 4 nights, meet an auctioneer, sort the personal papers, and decide whether the property needed repairs before I listed it. A simple job. That was what I kept calling it. The house smelled like dust, warmed by sunlight, furniture polish, and the faint mineral dampness common to old buildings near wooded slopes. Every room contained evidence that my uncle had expected to return. A folded newspaper beside his chair, 2 cans of soup in the pantry, a flannel shirt hanging over the back of the bathroom door. He had died in a rehabilitation facility after a stroke. There had been no dramatic discovery in the house, no unexplained accident. He had simply left one morning in an ambulance and never come back. Still, I had avoided visiting for almost 8 years. That was harder to explain. The chirp sounded again. I got to my feet. The basement door stood at the end of a short passage between the kitchen and dining room. It was painted the same yellowed cream as the surrounding trim, though scratches around the knob exposed older layers, pale green, then something dark and glossy underneath. The door opened inward toward the basement stairs. From where I stood, I could see only the first 2 steps and part of a concrete wall. "Battery," I said aloud. My voice sounded too loud in the narrow passage. The noise was almost certainly a smoke detector or carbon monoxide alarm with a dying battery. The house had been unoccupied for 5 months. Temperatures had dropped below freezing more than once. Batteries died. Doors swelled. Locks failed. Old frames shifted. All of that was normal. I approached and pushed the door wider with 2 fingers. The hinges gave a soft squeal. Cool air moved across my shins, carrying the smell of stone, cardboard, and something metallic, like wet tools. The wooden staircase descended steeply and turned out of sight near the bottom. A bare bulb hung over the first landing, but the wall switch beside the door did nothing when I flipped it. The chirp came again, lower down this time, or maybe the open doorway made it seem closer. I took my phone from my pocket and turned on the flashlight. The battery was at 23%. There was no cellular signal inside the passage, though I had seen one bar near the front windows. I put one foot on the first step. The wood flexed beneath my weight. Then my phone rang so abruptly that I nearly dropped it. I backed into the kitchen before answering. The caller was Claire Donnelly, 32, female, my former college roommate's younger sister, and currently the only person in Ligonier willing to help me without charging by the hour. Claire worked as a physical therapist at a clinic near the town center. She had known my uncle in the casual, local way people know a solitary older man who buys the same groceries every Thursday and keeps jumper cables in his truck. "You alive?" she asked. "Barely. The wallpaper tried to eat me." "That paper has survived 4 presidents. Show some respect." I looked toward the basement passage. The door remained open. "I thought you were coming at noon." I was. Then someone at work decided a lunch break was an optional luxury. "I'm leaving now. You need anything? Coffee? Actual coffee or the dessert drink you call coffee?" "Actual, large. You sound tired." I fell asleep on the floor. There was a pause, brief but noticeable. "Why?" "Because there's no couch that doesn't smell like a retired Labrador." "Your uncle never had a dog." "That somehow makes it worse." She laughed, but the laugh faded quickly. "You okay being there?" It was a reasonable question. I gave her an unreasonable answer. "It's a house, Claire. I'm aware. I'm fine." Another pause. Claire had a talent for letting silence reveal more than questions did. It was one of the things that had made her good at her job and irritating in nearly every other context. "I'll be there in 20 minutes, she said. "Don't start moving anything heavy." I wasn't planning to. "That has never stopped you before." She disconnected. The chirp sounded once more. I went to the basement door and examined the lock. The bolt was extended, but instead of sitting inside the rectangular hole in the frame, it had scraped along the wood and come to rest against the trim. The door must not have been fully seated when I turned the key. It had looked locked without actually catching. There, an explanation. I closed it carefully, pulling until the latch clicked, then locked it again. This time, I tested the knob twice. The door stayed shut. I returned to the living room and opened the curtains. Dust lifted from the fabric and glittered in the angled light. Outside, the yard sloped toward a line of bare maples and hemlocks. It was late March, but winter had not entirely released the hills. Gray snow remained in the shadows beside the detached garage. Water dripped from a clogged gutter and struck an overturned metal bucket at irregular intervals. Ping. Nothing. Ping. Nothing. The rhythm was not soothing, but it was ordinary. I started sorting papers at the dining room table. Utility bills, tax statements, receipts for hardware, ammunition, groceries, heating oil. My uncle, Raymond Mercer, 68 male, had kept almost everything. His presence entered the story through those receipts before it did through any photograph. Ray buying furnace filters in packs of 12. Ray paying cash for a new door chain. Ray ordering replacement locks from a locksmith in Greensburg. I found a receipt dated 11 months earlier. 3 deadbolts, 2 window latches, 1 interior security bar. The total had been $287.40. I placed it in the keep pile. My uncle had always been careful, not paranoid exactly. He locked his truck while pumping gas. He checked restaurant exits before sitting down. When I was a child, he taught me to wedge a chair beneath the knob in motel rooms because a lock only tells you someone wants you to feel safe. That sentence had stayed with me. I had inherited some of his vigilance, though in my case, it took a less useful form. I checked appliances after leaving home. I photographed my stove knobs before trips. I sometimes woke at 2 in the morning convinced I had sent an email to the wrong client or forgotten to lock the office. I did not tell people this. Instead, I called myself organized. By the time Claire's hatchback crunched into the drive, I had filled 2 trash bags and worked myself into a mild headache. She came through the front door carrying 2 coffees and a paper sack from a bakery. Claire was short, broad-shouldered, and still wearing Navy Clinic scrubs beneath an unzipped winter coat. Her dark hair was tied into a knot that had loosened on one side. She stopped inside the entryway and sniffed. "Same smell," she said. "You've been here before. Once. Maybe 6 years ago. Ray donated a walker to the clinic. He didn't use a walker. He found it in the garage. That creates more questions." She handed me a coffee and looked around. Her gaze settled on the strips of blue tape. "You're really selling everything. That's the idea. And the house, probably. You could keep it. I live in Baltimore. You work remotely. I also enjoy restaurants that remain open after 8. Claire walked into the living room and pressed a finger against the mantel, leaving a clean line in the dust. "You'd get more for it as a weekend place. Fix the roof, update the bathroom, maybe open the kitchen wall. You sound like the auctioneer. I watch renovation shows when I can't sleep. Healthy habit," says the man who photographs his stove. I stared at her. Claire looked back at me over the coffee lid. "Your sister told me," she said. "My sister is a traitor. Your sister worries about you. She expresses that by violating confidentiality. She said you were stressed, not unstable." "I didn't say unstable. No, you just thought it loudly." The basement chirped again. Claire turned her head. "What's that?" "Dead detector, downstairs. You check it. The light doesn't work. And I decided not to break my neck before coffee." She walked toward the passage. I followed, suddenly conscious of how defensive I sounded. Claire tried the basement knob. "It did not turn locked?" she asked. "Ray kept it that way." "Why? No idea." "You have the key." I took the brass key from my pocket and held it up. She glanced from the key to my face. "So open it. In a minute." Chirp came from below, small and precise. Claire leaned closer to the door. That might not be a detector. What else chirps every 30 seconds? A sump pump alarm, dehumidifier, battery backup, something on the furnace. Still not urgent. A failed sump pump becomes urgent pretty fast. I took a drink of coffee. It had too much sugar and tasted exactly like the dessert drink she had accused me of ordering. Claire noticed my expression. "You're welcome." "You said actual coffee." "I lied to protect you from yourself." We carried the bakery bag to the kitchen and ate almond pastries over the sink. For 10 minutes, the house became manageable. Claire told me about a patient who had hidden resistance bands because he believed physical therapy was a government billing scheme. I showed her a drawer containing 47 takeout menus, most from restaurants that no longer existed. We laughed about Ray's habit of saving rubber bands around doorknobs. The ordinary conversation softened the edges of the place. Then the basement door clicked, not loudly, just the mechanical sound of a latch moving free. Claire stopped chewing. I looked down the passage. The door had opened perhaps half an inch. A narrow black seam had appeared along the frame. Neither of us spoke for a moment. Claire wiped powdered sugar from her thumb. "Did you lock that?" "Yes." "Properly?" "Yes." "You checked?" "Twice." She approached and pushed the door closed without touching the knob. It caught, then sprang back slightly. "The frame's warped," she said. I joined her. The door had to be lifted a fraction of an inch before the latch aligned with the strike plate. When I pulled upward and turned the key, the bolt entered cleanly. Claire tested it. This time it held. "That explains it," she said. "It opened earlier too." "You mean before I arrived, after I fell asleep?" Her eyes moved to me. "How long were you asleep?" "Maybe 40 minutes. "And you're sure you locked it?" "I remember locking it." Claire pressed her palm against the door. "Memory gets weird when you're tired." "I know how memory works." "That sounded more aggressive than you intended." I looked away. She was right. That annoyed me further. The private fear I had not admitted, even to myself, was not that someone might be inside the house. It was that I could not trust my own recollection. My father had developed early onset dementia in his late 50s. Was 34 and nowhere near the age when doctors considered routine forgetfulness significant. But every misplaced key and repeated question carried a shadow behind it. Claire knew about my father. She also knew better than to mention him just then. Instead, she crouched and inspected the bottom hinge. Screws are pulling out. Door drops when it's closed. Bolt misses the hole. Exactly. Easy fix. The chirping continued below us. Claire stood and checked the time. Hardware store closes at 6. We could buy longer screws, a new strike plate, batteries, and a couple of bulbs. You shouldn't go down there alone if the stairs are bad. I thought memory got weird when people were tired. It does. So does balance. I unlocked the door. It opened with a slight upward jump, as though pressure had been released from the frame. Cool air slipped into the hall. Claire aimed her phone flashlight down the steps. Beam revealed flaking white paint, a handrail wrapped in black electrical tape, and several muddy marks on the 3rd and 4th treads. She bent closer. "Those yours?" I looked at the soles of my shoes. Dry dust, no mud. "Probably Ray's," I said. 5 months old, the marks were dark brown and sharply edged. Damp enough to have been made recently, or preserved by the cold. A drop of water struck something metal below. Ping. Claire straightened. Could be from whoever winterized the pipes. Probably. The chirp sounded again. She took one step down, testing her weight carefully. Hardware store first or basement first? Outside, the afternoon had begun to dim. Clouds had thickened over the ridge, turning the windows gray. The forecast called for rain, and the bucket beneath the gutter was already filling from the day's melt. I looked at the muddy steps, the dead light bulb, and the locked door that had twice failed to remain closed. Then I looked at the paperwork spread across the dining table. The safe option was simple. Leave the basement alone, buy supplies, come back before dark. The practical option was to walk down 6 or 7 steps, identify the chirping device, and make sure water was not rising around the furnace. Claire waited with one hand on the taped railing. I took out my phone and saw the battery had fallen to 18%. Hardware store, I said. The chirping stopped. Claire and I remained still, listening for it to resume. 30 seconds passed. Then another 30. From somewhere beneath the stairs came a soft, dragging noise, followed by the distinct tap of something lightweight falling onto concrete. Claire raised her eyebrows. Still the hardware store? She asked. I reached for the wall switch again, though we already knew it did nothing. The choice was no longer whether to investigate the basement. It was whether to do it now together, while there was still daylight in the windows, or close the door and spend the evening wondering what had changed below us. Claire went down first because she had better knees and less imagination. That was how she phrased it anyway. I spend all day teaching people how not to fall, she said, tightening her grip on the electrical tape-wrapped railing. Try to copy me. I know how stairs work. You also slept on a floor voluntarily. Not voluntarily, accidentally. Worse, I followed her, aiming my phone flashlight over her shoulder. The staircase had 13 steps before it reached the concrete floor. I counted them without meaning to. Counting was another habit I pretended was practical. Stairs, windows, clicks of a lock. Small numbers gave me something fixed to hold when everything else felt uncertain. The basement ceiling was low enough that I had to duck beneath the exposed pipes. The air was colder at the bottom, with a damp, chalky smell and the heavier odor of heating oil. Shelves lined one wall, packed with paint cans, mason jars full of screws, and cardboard boxes softened by moisture. A furnace stood near the center beside a cylindrical water heater. At the far end, a workbench disappeared beneath old tools and folded tarps. Claire swept her light across the floor. There, a white plastic device lay near the base of the furnace. It looked like a smoke alarm, except a thin cable ran from its side toward the wall. That your chirping thing? I asked. Maybe. She walked toward it. Something crunched under her shoe. Claire stopped and looked down. A small rectangular piece of brown plastic had broken beneath her heel. She crouched and picked up the pieces. Battery cover, she said. From the alarm. Too small. A metallic tap came from somewhere behind the furnace. We both turned. Water dropped from a pipe joint into an aluminum baking tray that had been placed underneath. The tray was nearly full. Each drop struck the surface with a hollow ping, sending concentric circles through oily-looking water. Good news, I said. The dragging corpse is plumbing. Claire did not laugh. She moved closer to the white device and read the faded label. Water sensor, battery backup, working. It was. She lifted it. The cable had been cut, not pulled loose. Cut. The severed end was clean and flat, with a crescent-shaped pinch in the plastic insulation. Claire held it beneath her phone light. Someone used pliers. Ray could have disconnected it. Then why leave the unit on the floor? Because he was 68 and had a stroke. She looked at me. I knew immediately how it sounded. I mean, before the stroke, I said. He might have been replacing it. Maybe. There was a panel of indicator lights on the furnace. One glowed amber. Another blinked red in a pattern. 3 flashes, pause, 3 flashes. Claire leaned toward it. Do you know what that means? No. Can you look it up? No signal. She took out her own phone. Same. The basement walls were made of fieldstone covered in crumbling mortar. 2 narrow windows sat high above ground level, both clouded with grime. The only daylight entered through them in gray strips, just enough to outline the room without illuminating it. Claire moved toward the stairs. Let's buy supplies and call someone from outside. A low motor started beneath us. The floor vibrated through my shoes. Claire froze halfway to the staircase. A black plastic lid near the far wall rattled, then lifted slightly as water pushed beneath it. The sump pump basin. I could hear liquid churning below, but the pump itself made a strained humming sound, as though its impeller was jammed. The amber furnace light went out. Then the red one. Every machine in the basement stopped at once. Upstairs, something clicked sharply. The refrigerator compressor died. The faint buzz in the house disappeared. Even the digital clock on the workbench went black. Power outage, I said. Claire aimed her phone toward the windows. Weather's not that bad yet. It doesn't have to be. The sump basin gurgled. Water seeped around the rim in a thin, dark line. Claire crouched beside it, but did not touch the lid. How much rain are they calling for? An inch, maybe more. And you've got snowmelt coming downhill. The farmhouse sat near the bottom of a wooded slope. I had noticed the grade when I arrived, but had not thought about drainage. Water followed gravity without caring who had inherited what. Claire stood. We need the pump working before the rain starts. We need an electrician. We need power first. There's a breaker panel. Do you know what tripped? No. Do you know whether the panel's safe? No. Then don't touch it. I wasn't planning to lick it. She gave me a hard look. Daniel, I'm joking. You joke when you're nervous. You diagnose people when you're nervous. That isn't a diagnosis. It's an observation. The difference should not have mattered. It did. The sump basin made another wet gulp. More water spread across the concrete, following shallow grooves in the floor toward a drain that was already ringed with rust and sediment. Claire pointed toward the stairs. We leave now. Get signal. Call the utility and a plumber. I nodded, but before we reached the first step, a beep sounded from my pocket. My phone battery had dropped to 10%. Claire checked hers. 31. Plenty. Not if we're calling half the county. We went upstairs. The house looked different without electricity, though it was still daytime. The gray windows no longer competed with lamps or appliance displays. Every room seemed flatter, older. Claire tried the kitchen faucet. Water came out with normal pressure. Municipal, she asked. Private well. Then the pressure tank is holding. It won't forever. I moved toward the front door. We call from the road. Claire followed, pulling on her coat. Outside, the air had changed. Wind pushed through the trees with a steady rushing sound, and the first drops of rain clicked against the porch railing. The cloud cover had lowered over the ridge, erasing the higher trees. My car sat beside Claire's hatchback in the gravel drive. I pressed the unlock button on my key fob. Nothing happened. I tried again. The car remained dark. Battery, Claire asked. It was fine this morning. I opened the driver's door manually and turned the key. The starter clicked once. Then nothing. Claire was already moving toward her hatchback. We'll take mine. She opened the door, sat down, and pressed the ignition. The dashboard lit. The engine turned over, caught for half a second, and stalled. She tried again. The engine cranked but would not start. Fuel, I asked. Half a tank. She tried a third time, then stopped to avoid draining the battery. The rain strengthened, tapping against the roof and windshield in an uneven rush. Both cars, I said. That's unusual. Cold weather. It's 42 degrees. Bad timing then. Claire opened the hood. We stood in the rain while she checked connections. She admitted she did not understand. My battery terminals were intact. Her engine compartment smelled faintly of gasoline after the repeated starts. I walked to the edge of the driveway and raised my phone. One bar appeared, then vanished. I tried calling the power company anyway. The screen showed calling for 12 seconds before dropping back to the home screen. Claire held her phone above her head. I've got one bar near the mailbox. The mailbox stood about 70 yards down the gravel lane where the property met the county road. We walked there in the rain, avoiding potholes filled with brown water. My jacket began soaking through at the shoulders. At the road, Claire managed to load the utility company's outage page. No reported outage in this area, she said. Could be just the house. Or the report hasn't updated. A truck passed, spraying mist from its tires. The driver did not slow. Claire called the electric company. After 2 automated menus and a dropped connection, she reached a recording that asked for the account number. Do you have it? She asked. In the paperwork, inside. Yes. She stared at me for a second, then laughed once through her nose. No humor in it. Of course. We headed back. As we approached the porch, I noticed something in the gravel near my front tire. A dark patch, elongated by rain. I crouched. The passenger side tire was flat. Not low. Flat enough that the sidewall bulged against the stones. Claire came beside me. Did you run over something? I rubbed water from the tread and found a narrow puncture near the outer edge. A small metal object was still embedded there. It looked like the broken tip of a drywall screw. Could have happened on the road, I said. Claire checked the other tires. The rear passenger tire also hissed. A second screw protruded from it. We moved to her car. The front driver's side tire was soft, though not yet flat. A screw sat deep between the tread blocks. Claire straightened slowly. The rain ticked against the metal hood. That didn't happen on the road, she said. I looked toward the tree line. The yard was empty. The detached garage stood 20 feet from the house, with its double doors closed. Beyond it, wet branches moved against one another, producing a dry clicking beneath the sound of rain. Maybe there were screws in the driveway, I said, in 3 different tires. Ray did a lot of repairs. Daniel, what? Stop explaining it away. I'm not. You are. Her voice had sharpened. Mine followed. What would you prefer? That I announce someone sabotaged both cars before we have any evidence? 3 screws are evidence. They're evidence of screws. She stared at me, jaw tight. I hated that she was probably right. More than that, I hated how uncertain I felt about everything that had happened since waking up. The open basement door, the cut alarm cable, the failed pump, the power, the cars. Each detail could be explained alone. Together, they formed a shape I did not want to look at directly. My father's memory problems had started with small contradictions. He would say he had locked a door when he had not. He would insist someone had moved his wallet, then find it in his coat. Later, when his confusion became impossible to deny, he accused neighbors of entering the house. I had promised myself I would never become that man. Now I stood in the rain, staring at damaged tires, and wondering whether I was seeing a threat or constructing one. Claire softened slightly. I'm not saying panic. I'm saying we treat this like someone might have been here. Who? I don't know. Why? I don't know. Exactly. That doesn't make it safe. A faint alarm began sounding inside the house. Not a chirp this time. A continuous, high-pitched tone. We ran in. The sound came from the kitchen, where a battery-powered carbon monoxide detector sat on top of the refrigerator. Its display flashed a number. 47. Claire read it and backed toward the door. We need to get out. It could be malfunctioning. 47 parts per million is not nothing. The furnace is off. Combustion gases can linger. There's no furnace exhaust smell. You can't smell carbon monoxide. I know that. Then move. We went back onto the porch. Claire called emergency services from the end of the driveway, while I opened the front and rear doors to ventilate the house without going fully inside. Rain blew through the kitchen, speckling the linoleum. The dispatcher kept Claire on the line for nearly 4 minutes because the signal broke every few seconds. She repeated the address 3 times. When she returned, her hair was plastered to her forehead. Volunteer fire department is coming, she said. Could be 15 or 20 minutes. Road S only 10 minutes from town. In good weather. The sump pump problem still sat below us. Rainwater now poured steadily from the gutter, overflowing the clogged section and running toward the foundation. Without power, the pump would not remove anything. I stepped inside long enough to grab the utility folder and my uncle's old emergency lantern from the kitchen drawer. The lantern worked, though its light was weak and yellow. On the porch, I found the electric account number and called again. The utility representative confirmed there was no area outage. Likely an issue after the service drop, she said. Weather-related damage or a main breaker fault. How soon can someone come? Current estimate is between 3 and 6 hours. We have a failed sump pump. You'll need to contact a licensed electrician or plumber. Do not enter standing water if electrical equipment may be energized. The power is out. Parts of the system may still be live. The call dropped before I could answer. Claire had moved to the side of the house. I followed her around the porch, where rainwater streamed from the roof and collected in a shallow depression beside the stone foundation. She pointed at a metal conduit running down from the electric meter. The meter display was blank. Below it, the main service disconnect box hung slightly open. "Was that open earlier?" she asked. I didn't look. The latch was bent. Fresh scrape marks showed bright metal beneath the paint. Claire did not touch it. "Wind didn't do that," she said. A vehicle engine approached from the road. For one hopeful second, I thought it was the fire department. Then a dark pickup truck slowed at the mouth of the driveway. It did not turn in. It idled there, partly obscured by rain and roadside brush. The windshield reflected the gray sky, hiding whoever sat behind it. Claire raised one hand, trying to signal. The truck remained still. Then it reversed out of sight. "Did you see the plate?" she asked. "No, make, Ford maybe, dark blue or black." My answer felt useless even as I gave it. The continuous alarm inside the kitchen changed pitch, then stopped. Not gradually. Instantly, Claire and I looked toward the open door. "The battery didn't die that fast," she said. I stepped closer, but stayed outside. The carbon monoxide detector was no longer on top of the refrigerator. It lay on the kitchen floor near the basement passage. Its back panel had been removed. One battery rolled in a slow circle across the linoleum before coming to rest against the baseboard. Claire whispered, "Did you knock it down?" "No." "Was anyone inside?" "No." I looked through the kitchen toward the rear entry, which I had opened for ventilation. From the porch, I could see only a slice of the mudroom beyond it. The rear screen door moved gently in the wind. The basement door stood open again. This time, it was not 3 inches. It was wide enough to show the top 5 steps. A wet shoe print marked the kitchen floor directly in front of it. Then another. They led out of the passage and turned toward the rear of the house. Claire stepped backward off the porch. "Call the dispatcher again." I lifted my phone. The screen went black. My battery had died. Claire checked hers. No signal. From beneath the house came the heavy mechanical sound of the sump lid lifting and dropping. Once, twice. Then water began flowing across the basement floor, loudly enough that we could hear it from outside. In the distance, a siren rose and fell somewhere beyond the ridge. It might have been coming toward us. It might have been traveling along Route 30 in the opposite direction. Claire kept her eyes on the rear doorway. "We stay outside," she said. I nodded. Then I remembered the estate folder on the dining table. Inside, it was the handwritten list of valuables I had found that morning, including Ray's old revolver, listed as stored in a locked metal case in the basement workshop. I had not seen the case when we went down. A dull slam came from inside the house. The rear screen door stopped moving. Claire turned to me. "What was that?" I looked toward the garage, then toward the road, calculating distance, shelter, and how long it might take the fire department to find the address in worsening rain. Another sound came from the basement, not dragging this time. Footsteps on wood, slow, ascending. We could stay in the open yard with no working vehicle and no reliable phone signal, hoping the approaching siren belonged to someone coming here. Or we could cross the yard to the detached garage, lock ourselves inside, and risk discovering that whoever had been in the house had already prepared that space too. The first basement step creaked. Claire grabbed my sleeve. "Garage," she said. We ran for it as the kitchen door behind us began to swing shut. The garage was farther from the house than it had looked from the porch. 20 feet in dry weather is nothing. In heavy rain, with gravel shifting under your shoes and the feeling that someone may be coming through a kitchen door behind you, it stretches. Claire reached it first and yanked the side door handle. "Locked, key," she shouted. I slapped both coat pockets, then my jeans. House key, car key, brass basement key, no garage key. "Ray kept everything on one ring," I said. "Then why isn't it there?" I did not have an answer. The kitchen door slammed behind us. Claire turned so fast her wet shoe skidded in the gravel. I caught her elbow before she fell. The farmhouse stood uphill and slightly east of the garage, its rear entrance visible beyond the porch steps. The kitchen door was closed now. Rainwater streamed down the glass pane. No one appeared. The siren we had heard before was louder, but the sound moved laterally through the trees instead of directly toward us. Rose faded, then rose again somewhere on Route 30. "Not ours," Claire said. The detached garage sat on a concrete pad, with 2 vehicle doors facing the driveway and a narrow side door facing the house. Behind it, the land dropped into a drainage ditch choked with dead leaves. Beyond that stood the woods. "Window," I said. There was one on the north wall, shoulder high, and protected by a rusted metal screen. Claire cupped her hands around her face and looked inside. "What do you see?" "Workbenches. Lawnmower shelves. No person. Can you reach the latch?" "Not without breaking it." "Break it." She looked at me. "You're the property owner. I give you permission." Claire grabbed a fist-sized landscaping stone from the edge of the pad and struck the lower corner of the window. The first blow bounced, sending a sharp vibration up her arm. The second cracked the glass. On the third, the pane broke inward with a noise like plates collapsing in a cupboard. We both froze and looked toward the house. Nothing moved. Claire used her sleeve to clear the remaining shards. I crouched, laced my fingers, and gave her a step. She put one wet shoe in my hands and pushed upward. Her heel slipped. Most of her weight came down on my left wrist. Something bent farther than it should have. A hot line of pain traveled from my thumb into my forearm. I swore and dropped to one knee. Claire caught the window frame and held herself there. "Daniel, I'm fine. You're not. Get inside." She pulled herself through, disappearing waist first. A moment later, metal rattled and the side door opened. Inside, the garage smelled of gasoline, mouse droppings, damp wood, and old grass clippings. Claire shut the door behind us and turned the deadbolt. The lock slid cleanly into place. For the first time since the alarm sounded, there was a solid barrier between us and the house. It should have helped. It did not. Rain hammered the corrugated roof, amplified into a constant metallic roar. The garage had no electricity. Claire's phone flashlight showed a rectangular room about 30 feet deep and 20 wide. The mower and snowblower occupied the center. Tool benches ran along the east wall. The north wall held shelves stacked with motor oil, paint thinner, and coffee cans full of bolts. At the rear, a plywood partition enclosed a narrow storage room. Claire pointed to my wrist. "Let me see." It's strained. That is what people say when they do not want someone qualified to look. She took my hand before I could object. The wrist had already begun to swell near the base of my thumb. "Can you move it?" I flexed my fingers. Pain sharpened. "Not well. You may have sprained it, maybe a small fracture. Useful. You still have the other hand." I appreciate the optimism. She found a clean rag in a cabinet, wrapped the wrist, and used a paint-stirring stick as a crude splint. Her fingers were efficient, but they shook slightly when she tied the knot. "You okay?" I asked. "No." It was the first completely honest thing either of us had said in a while. Claire moved to the broken window and looked out. From the garage, we could see the rear half of the farmhouse, the porch, and part of the kitchen through the window over the sink. The front drive and road were hidden by the angle of the building. "We need another way to call," she said. "Garage radio. No power. Ray had a truck. Not in here." The concrete floor showed 2 broad tire marks leading toward the vehicle doors, but the bays were empty except for equipment. "Maybe the truck was sold after he died," Claire said. "It wasn't listed in the estate inventory. Then someone took it, or Ray sold it before the stroke." Again, I heard myself reaching for the least threatening explanation. Claire heard it too, but she let it go. We searched the workbenches for a battery, radio, spare phone, anything. Most drawers contained the predictable remains of a man who repaired rather than replaced. Wire, clamps, washers, cracked instruction manuals, plugs cut from dead appliances. In the 3rd drawer, I found a handheld 2-way radio. The battery compartment was empty. Beside it lay another broken brown plastic cover, the same color as the fragment Claire had stepped on near the basement alarm. She held both pieces together. They matched. "So the basement piece came from this," she said. "Maybe Ray carried it inside. Without the radio, maybe." She gave me a tired look. The radio itself had scratches around the antenna mount and a strip of masking tape on the back with one word written in black marker: "House." Claire opened the next drawer and found a second radio labeled road. Its battery was also missing. "This was a system," she said. "Ray talking to someone down the driveway, or someone in the garage talking to him." I remembered the dark pickup at the road and looked toward the broken window. Rain distorted the yard into gray layers. The house remained still. Our first attempt had been to use the garage as shelter and find communication. We had shelter. Communication was gone. Claire searched a pegboard and found a tire inflator, but it required an outlet. A portable jump pack sat beneath the bench. Its charge indicator showed 1 weak bar. "We could use this on my car," she said, "with a flat tire. Only one of mine is soft. We might make it to the road. Your engine stalled even with power. It could be a battery issue affecting the fuel system. That is not how cars work." "Do you know how cars work?" "No." "Then we are equally qualified." We decided to try. It was our second attempt, and from the beginning, it was worse. The distance from the garage to Claire's hatchback was about 40 feet across open gravel. The car sat west of the porch, nose pointed toward the road. To reach it, we would have to pass within 15 feet of the kitchen entrance. We waited at the broken window for movement. Nothing. Claire tucked the jump pack under her coat to protect it from the rain. I carried a long-handled shovel from the wall in my right hand. With With my left wrist splinted, the tool felt awkward and unbalanced. "We go straight to the car," Claire said. "No stopping. Unless someone appears. Then we run back." "Which one of us is using the shovel?" "You are, with one hand. You insisted on carrying it." I unlocked the side door. The rain had intensified. Water flowed in thin streams along the edges of the gravel drive. The farmhouse gutter poured a solid sheet beside the foundation. We ran. At the midpoint, a shape moved behind the kitchen glass. Tall, dark, human-sized. Claire shouted and veered sideways. I lifted the shovel too quickly. Pain shot through my wrist despite using the other hand, and the blade struck the porch railing with a loud metallic clang. The dark shape lunged across the window, then collapsed. A coat rack. The kitchen door had swung partly open in the wind, and the draft had tipped an old wooden coat stand across the linoleum. One of Ray's long raincoats had slid over it, creating the outline of a person moving behind the glass. For several seconds, neither of us moved. Claire pressed one hand to her chest. "That," she said, breathing hard, "was not funny. I didn't arrange it. I know." We reached the hatchback. Claire opened the hood while I stood with the shovel and watched the house. She connected the jump pack to the battery terminals. The indicator dropped from one bar to flashing red. "Try it," she said. I moved to the driver's seat because she was still under the hood. The interior smelled of wet fabric and the coffee she had spilled earlier. I pressed the ignition. The engine cranked, caught. For 2 hopeful seconds, it ran. Then it sputtered and died. "Again," Claire called. I tried. The starter clicked rapidly, then slowed. The jump pack alarm began beeping. Claire pulled the clamps free. "It's drained." A sound came from beneath the car, a soft hiss. The front tire, already damaged, settled lower onto the gravel. Then I smelled gasoline, not the faint exhaust odor from earlier. Stronger now. I got out and crouched near the rear wheel. Fuel dripped from beneath the center of the car and spread in a rainbow sheen through the rainwater. "Claire." She came around. The fuel line under the car had been cut. A clean slice in a rubber hose just ahead of the tank. Her face tightened. That's why it started and died. Someone knew what to cut. And when we tried the ignition, we pumped more fuel out. We backed away from the car. The shovel suddenly felt less like protection and more like an announcement that we were frightened. The garage was no longer simply shelter. Its shelves were full of gasoline, solvents, oil, propane cylinders, and dry wood. Claire's car now leaked fuel 10 yards from it. A fire would turn the whole area into a trap. "We go to the road on foot," Claire said. "It's over a mile to the nearest occupied house. Better than staying here. The dispatcher knows this address, and whoever is doing this knows the property." The rain had soaked through everything. My fingers had gone stiff. The splinted wrist throbbed in time with my pulse. We returned to the garage and found the side door standing open. I had locked it. I knew I had locked it. The bolt was extended, but the screws holding the strike plate had been removed. Not torn out, removed. The plate lay neatly on the floor inside. Claire stopped at the threshold. "Did you see that earlier?" "No. Could it have fallen?" "All 4 screws." We entered slowly. Nothing obvious had changed. Then a dull thump came from the plywood storage room at the rear. Claire pointed. The partition door was closed. We had not opened it during the first search. The thump came again, followed by a scraping noise. I tightened my grip on the shovel. Claire whispered, "Could be an animal." It could, raccoon maybe, or someone. She picked up a tire iron. We moved toward the partition, passing the mower on our left and the workbench on our right. The room seemed narrower now that we were looking for hiding places. The shelves formed deep shadows. A hanging tarp shifted in air coming through the broken window. Another impact struck the plywood. Claire flinched. I reached for the storage room latch. The door jerked inward before I touched it. Something burst out at knee height. Claire screamed and swung the tire iron. A large gray cat shot between us, knocking over a plastic bucket. It crossed the garage in 3 bounds and launched through the broken window, leaving a streak of blood on the sill where the glass caught its flank. The bucket rolled in a slow circle. Claire lowered the tire iron. Oh God. The cat disappeared beneath the porch. Inside the storage room, a collapsed stack of cardboard boxes explained the thumps. The animal had likely been trapped when Claire shut the garage door, then knocked the boxes against the partition trying to escape. The explanation came quickly. Relief did not, because behind the fallen boxes was a narrow exterior hatch. It stood open. The hatch led to the drainage ditch behind the garage, where the slope dropped toward the woods. Someone could crawl through it unseen from the house or driveway. Mud marked the floor inside the storage room. Adult shoe prints, not cat tracks. Claire stared at them. He came through here, or Ray did. Recently, the mud still glistened. A sound rose outside, an engine. We moved to the broken window. The dark pickup had returned. This time it turned into the driveway. It stopped near the mailbox, facing uphill toward the house, about 70 yards from the garage. Headlights burned through the rain. The truck did not advance. Claire crouched below the window. "Can you see the driver?" No, I saw only a silhouette behind the windshield. The driver's side door opened. A man stepped out wearing a dark rain jacket and a baseball cap. He remained beside the truck, looking toward the farmhouse. Too far to identify, too close to ignore. Claire held up her phone. 1 bar. Call 911. She dialed and whispered the address. The call connected, broke, reconnected. She managed to say intruder and dark pickup before the line died. The man at the road raised something to his face. Binoculars, maybe, or a phone. Then he got back into the truck and drove away. Not uphill toward us, back onto the county road. Misdirection, perhaps. A utility worker checking the address. A neighbor. A volunteer firefighter who had gone to the wrong entrance. But he had not approached. He had watched. Claire looked at the muddy hatch. We leave now. We gathered what we could. Flashlight, tire iron, a wool blanket, bottled water from a shelf, and the remaining phone. The plan was simple. Cross behind the garage, follow the drainage ditch west until it met the road below the driveway, then walk downhill toward the nearest neighbor without passing the house. We opened the rear hatch. Rainwater rushed through the ditch ankle deep. The wooded slope beyond it was steep, but passable. Dead leaves covered slick clay. Claire went first. I followed with the shovel, my injured wrist tucked against my chest. We had made it perhaps 50 yards west of the garage when the ground changed beneath us. The ditch narrowed between two banks, forcing us closer to the road. Through the trees, I could see the driveway entrance ahead. Then headlights appeared. The dark pickup had stopped across the road below us. The driver stood outside again. This time, he was holding a flashlight and scanning the ditch. Claire pulled me behind a fallen tree. The beam passed over wet branches 10 feet away. We stayed still. The man called out, "Daniel." My name carried clearly through the rain. Claire looked at me. I did not recognize the voice. "Daniel Mercer." The flashlight beam moved closer. I felt my breathing become shallow. My father's old accusations returned to me in fragments. Someone had been inside. Someone had moved things. Someone knew where he slept. I had dismissed them because the alternative had been worse. Now someone I could not identify stood in the road calling my name. Claire leaned close to my ear. "Do not answer." The beam swept past again. Then a second light appeared uphill behind us, near the garage. We were between two people, or between one person and a reflection, or between one person and rescuers we could not safely identify. The beam from behind moved through the trees, descending the slope. Claire grabbed my sleeve and pointed east, away from the road, deeper into the woods. There was only one route left, uphill behind the farmhouse, toward the old logging trail that curved along the ridge. We crawled away from the fallen tree and began climbing. The slope was slick enough that we used roots as handholds. My injured wrist failed when I put weight on it, and I slid backward, striking my shin against a rock. Pain flared from ankle to knee. Claire pulled me up by the back of my coat. Below us, the man shouted my name again. The second light crossed the place where we had been hiding, climbed until the garage disappeared behind the trees. The house roof became visible through branches to our right. The logging trail lay another 100 yards uphill. Then the ground gave way beneath Claire. She dropped with a cry. I caught her coat, but the fabric tore from my hand. She slid 8 or 10 feet down a muddy cut and struck the base of a tree. I scrambled after her. Her right ankle was twisted beneath her at a bad angle. "Don't move," I said. "I know." Her voice came through clenched teeth. The ankle was already swelling above the shoe. She could move her toes, but when she tried to stand, her leg folded. "I can't walk on it." Below us, flashlight beams moved through the woods. Closer now. The trail was still uphill. The road was blocked, the garage hatch exposed, the house unsafe. Claire gripped my arm. "You have to leave me and get help." "No, Daniel, no." A low rumble passed through the ground. At first, I thought it was thunder. Then the hillside below the farmhouse shifted. Water had saturated the drainage cut beside the foundation. A section of soil collapsed into the basement window well with a heavy, wet crash. One of the narrow basement windows shattered inward. Water began pouring through the opening. Even from the woods, we could hear it striking the concrete floor below. The sump pump was dead. The electrical system had been tampered with. The basement contained the furnace, the water heater, and possibly live wiring. Within minutes, the flooding would reach equipment that could turn the house into an electrical or fire hazard. And the estate documents, Claire's phone charger, our car keys, and every route back to the road were on the other side of whoever was searching the property. A flashlight beam climbed the slope below us. Claire tried to stand again and nearly fainted from the pain. I put her arm over my shoulders. "We're not going to the trail," I said. "Where, then?" I looked through the trees at the farmhouse. The rear cellar window had broken. The basement was filling. The person below expected us to flee outward. The only route he might not expect was back in. "We go through the basement window," I said. Claire stared at me as if I had suggested jumping from the roof. "That basement is flooding." "I know. There may be live current." "I know. And someone may be inside." "I know." The light below stopped moving. A voice called my name once more, much closer than before. Retreat into the woods was no longer possible with Claire unable to walk. Staying still meant being found. The road and garage were watched. I shifted her weight onto my good side and turned toward the house. Below us, muddy water poured through the shattered basement window. We began moving toward it. By the time we reached the broken basement window, Claire had stopped speaking in full sentences. "Higher," she said through her teeth. I shifted her arm farther over my shoulders and tried to lift without using my left wrist. Mud sucked at our shoes. Rain ran down the back of my neck and inside my collar. The slope behind the house had become a slurry of clay, wet leaves, and exposed roots. Every step toward the window risked sliding us back into the woods. The basement window well was directly beneath the kitchen, on the east side of the house. Water poured into it from the collapsed bank, carrying twigs, gravel, and clumps of dead grass through the shattered pane. The opening was perhaps 30 inches wide and half as high, enough for a person to crawl through, not enough to do it gracefully. The flashlight beam below us moved between the trees. "Daniel," the man called again, closer. Claire looked toward the voice. "He knows where we are. He knows the property." That isn't better. The water in the window well reached my ankles. Broken glass remained along the lower edge of the frame. I set Claire against the foundation and used the shovel to knock the largest shards inward. They landed in the basement with brittle clicks, followed by splashes. "You first," I said. "You can't pull me from inside with that wrist. I can push you from here, and then you, I'll follow." The beam swept across the slope above us. We ducked. Claire lowered herself backward into the window well. Her injured ankle touched the stone, and she bit down on a cry. I folded the wool blanket over the remaining glass, then guided her good leg through the opening. "Keep your bad foot up." "I know." She slid on her back, hips catching against the frame. I pushed beneath her shoulders with my right hand. For one awful second, she stopped moving. Then the blanket shifted, glass ground beneath it, and she dropped inside. There was a splash. "Claire, I'm here." "How deep?" "Maybe 4 inches. More near the wall." I passed the tire iron and her phone through first. Then I lay face down in the mud and worked my shoulders into the opening. The smell hit immediately. Wet stone, heating oil, sewage, faint but unmistakable. The inflow had spread across most of the floor. Water reflected Claire's phone light in shaking strips. The sump basin was overflowing. The furnace stood dark in the center of the room, its lower panels already surrounded. I lowered myself and landed badly on my right foot. My bruised shin buckled. I caught the wall with my injured hand. Pain flashed white across my vision. I almost fell. Claire grabbed my coat and steadied me. For a few seconds, neither of us moved. Above and behind us, someone slid down the muddy bank. We heard the scrape of boots. "Hurry," Claire whispered. The basement stairs were on the west side, opposite the broken window. Between us and them stood the furnace, water heater, shelving, and the workbench. The shallow floor drain had backed up. Water flowed west in a slow sheet, deeper around the furnace pad. I aimed the lantern toward the ceiling. Electrical cables ran through exposed joists. No sparks, no humming. The service appeared dead, appeared. "Stay along the wall," I said. "Don't touch metal." Claire laughed once, breathlessly. Good plan in a basement full of metal. We moved south along the foundation, keeping away from the furnace. Claire hopped on her left foot, using my shoulder and the tire iron as a cane. Each landing sent a shudder through her body. The broken window darkened behind us. A silhouette blocked the opening. We stopped. The man outside crouched, shining his flashlight through the gap. "Daniel," he called, "listen to me. I'm trying to help." I did not answer. The beam moved across the basement and found us. Claire raised one arm over her eyes. The man said, "My name is Earl Voss. I was your uncle's neighbor." The name meant nothing to me. "You sabotaged the cars," I shouted. "No, the power. No, then stay outside." "I can't do that." He began pushing through the opening. Claire pulled me toward the stairs. We moved faster, splashing now. Behind us, Earl grunted as he forced his shoulders through the frame. At the bottom of the staircase, the water was only an inch deep. The first step looked dry. We had reached it when the basement door above slammed shut. The sound traveled down the stairwell. Claire stared upward. Someone was in the house. A bolt slid into place on the other side, not the loose latch, the deadbolt. Earl landed in the basement behind us. He was perhaps 60, broad through the shoulders, with a gray beard and a dark canvas jacket soaked black by rain. He held no weapon that I could see. His flashlight was strapped around one wrist. "Don't go up," he said. Claire raised the tire iron. He stopped. "You cut the fuel line," she said. "No, you knew Daniel's name." "I knew Ray. I knew he left the house to his nephew." "How?" "Because he told me." "My uncle was in rehab for 4 months," I said, "and I visited him." The basement door shook overhead. Once, someone testing it from the kitchen side. Earl looked up. "He's locking us down here." "Who?" I asked. Earl's face tightened. "My son." The answer was too ordinary to be comforting. "What does your son want?" "The house." Claire's grip on the tire iron shifted. "That is not an answer. It's the only one that matters right now." A click sounded near the workbench. Then another. The paired radio static. A voice came through the darkness. "Dad." Earl closed his eyes briefly. The house radio sat somewhere on the workbench, hidden beneath tools or boxes. Its missing battery had been replaced. "Dad, step away from them." The voice belonged to a younger man, calm, almost conversational. Earl shouted, "Caleb, open the door." "No, fire department's coming." They went past. So the siren had not been for us. Caleb continued, "You should have stayed out of it." Earl moved toward the workbench. A sharp crack sounded from above. Wood splintered near the top of the stairs. Claire flinched. A hole appeared in the basement door. Then the report reached us, flattened by the enclosed space. Gunshot. Ray's revolver. The bullet struck the concrete wall near the stairs and threw pale chips into the water. We dropped. Earl crouched behind the furnace. Claire and I pressed against the fieldstone wall beside the staircase. The radio spoke again. Next one comes lower. My ears rang. Claire's face had gone colorless. She kept one hand clamped around the tire iron, but her fingers trembled. Earl shouted, "You fire again, you'll hit the gas line." That bought us silence, not safety. A thin smell of fuel had begun spreading through the basement. Heating oil, perhaps, or gasoline carried in on wet clothes. The water level was rising faster now, reaching the lower edge of stored cardboard boxes. I looked around. The garage radios, the cut alarm cable, the screws in the tires, the open doors, the basement door that moved only after I slept. Caleb had been using the house, not entering from outside each time, living around us, moving through spaces Ray had designed or tolerated. Earl crawled closer, keeping the furnace between himself and the stairs. "Ray let Caleb stay here 2 winters ago," he said quietly. "Said he could use the basement room until he got work." "There is no basement room," I said. Earl pointed beneath the staircase. Behind stacked drywall sheets, a narrow painted panel blended into the foundation covering. A hidden crawlspace door. "He made one," Earl said. "Storage tunnel under the kitchen addition. Caleb kept using it after Ray threw him out." Claire stared at him. "Why didn't you call the police?" "I did. Ray refused to press charges. Said he'd handle it. And after Ray died, I thought Caleb was gone." The radio crackled. "I can hear you," Caleb said. A second shot punched through the door. Lower this time. The bullet struck a copper pipe above the water heater. Water sprayed sideways in a hard white stream. The pressure knocked loose a clamp. The pipe began whipping against the joist, hammering the ceiling. More water, faster flooding. Claire shouted, "Shut off valve." I saw it near the water heater, a red wheel mounted chest high, across open floor, too close to the furnace and directly visible from the top of the stairs. Earl said, "I'll do it." "No," I said. "He's waiting for you." Caleb spoke through the radio. "Dad, put the tire iron down and send Daniel upstairs." The wording was wrong. Not send us upstairs, send me. "What do you need me for?" I called. "To sign something." Despite everything, I nearly laughed. "You disabled 2 cars for paperwork. You inherited property that isn't yours. It legally is. Ray promised it to me." Earl shouted, "He promised you nothing." The radio went quiet. Then Caleb said, "You weren't there." That was the wound beneath all of it. Not property. Not entirely. A promise made or imagined. A father who had chosen Ray's judgment over his son S. Months living inside the house after being expelled, watching it pass to a nephew who had not visited in 8 years. Claire leaned close. "He needs you alive. For now. He won't shoot if you cross." That is a large assumption. It's the only leverage we have. The spray from the ruptured pipe struck the furnace casing. Water rose around our shoes. Somewhere behind the hidden panel, the sump alarm began its 30-second chirp again. Caleb had restored the battery because he wanted to know when the basement flooded. He had planned for this. Perhaps not the storm, but the enclosure, the disabled cars, The cut communications. The carbon monoxide alarm moved to force us outside. The detector reading. I looked toward the furnace exhaust pipe. Its joint near the wall was wrapped with fresh silver tape. Caleb had loosened or blocked the vent enough to push combustion gases upstairs before cutting power. He had not meant to kill us immediately. He had meant to frighten and isolate us. That did not make him less dangerous. I handed Claire the shovel. "What are you doing?" she whispered, turning off the water. "No, he needs me. He may decide he doesn't." The basement door creaked overhead. Caleb had unlocked it and opened it perhaps an inch, enough to see down the stairs, enough to aim. I stepped out from behind the wall. "Daniel," Earl hissed. I raised my right hand. My left remained bound against my chest. "I'm coming up," I called. Claire understood before Earl did. She shifted behind the first stair, gripping the shovel blade low. I moved toward the red shut-off valve. The radio crackled. "That's not the stairs. I'm stopping the flooding. Leave it. You want a signature. You need the house standing." That hesitation lasted perhaps 2 seconds. It was enough. I reached the valve and turned it with my right hand. It resisted. I pulled harder. My wet shoe slipped. I struck the water heater shoulder first and dropped to one knee. The basement door opened wider. I saw Caleb's legs at the top of the stairs, dark jeans, work boots. The revolver pointed downward. Claire swung the shovel, not at Caleb, at the electrical tape wrapped handrail. The old screws tore free from the wall. The rail dropped across the staircase just as Caleb stepped down. His boot caught, fell forward. The gun fired. The shot hit the water heater casing with a concussive bang. Metal dented inward. Steam did not erupt. The power was off, the tank cooling. But the bullet ricocheted into the joists and vanished. Caleb tumbled 4 steps before catching himself. Earl charged. They collided halfway down the staircase. No graceful fight. No clean punches. Earl grabbed Caleb's gun wrist with both hands. Caleb drove his forehead into his father's face. Earl's nose broke with a wet crack. Blood spilled over his mouth. Claire thrust the tire iron between the stair treads and hooked Caleb's ankle. He kicked free. The revolver turned toward her. I grabbed the leaking copper pipe. It burned cold against my palm. I yanked. The damaged joint tore loose. A full pressure stream hit Caleb in the face and chest. He flinched, turned away, and the revolver dipped. Earl slammed Caleb's wrist against the stair edge once. Twice. The gun fell into the water. I moved for it. Caleb kicked Earl backward. Earl struck the concrete floor hard, shoulder first. Caleb came down the remaining stairs after the weapon. I reached it first, but could not close my left hand around the grip. I used my right. The revolver was heavier than I expected. I pointed it at Caleb. He stopped 3 feet away. Water poured between us. "Back up," I said. My voice shook. Caleb looked younger than I had imagined. Early 30s, perhaps. Thin face. Wet blonde hair stuck to his forehead. One cheek carried an old crescent scar. His expression was not wild. That was worse. He looked focused. "You don't know how to use that," he said. "No, the safety. Revolvers don't have one." Ray had taught me that when I was 12. Caleb's eyes changed. A calculation revised. Behind him, Claire dragged herself up one stair and pressed the tire iron across the opening, blocking his retreat. Earl lay in the water, one arm held against his chest, conscious, but barely moving. Caleb raised both hands. "You think he's innocent?" he asked, nodding toward Earl. "Ask him who gave me the screws. Ask who helped me cut the main." Earl said, "Shut up." Caleb smiled without humor. He wanted to scare Daniel into selling. I wanted what Ray promised. Claire looked at Earl. That fracture of attention was all Caleb needed. He lunged. I fired. The shot struck Caleb high in the left thigh. He spun and crashed into the furnace. The revolver nearly left my hand. For half a second, no one made a sound. Then Caleb screamed. It was raw and repetitive. He clutched his leg. Blood spread quickly through his jeans and diluted into the floodwater. I had not aimed well. I had aimed center mass and jerked downward. Bad technique saved his life. Maybe. Claire crawled to him and used the torn sleeve of Earl's jacket as a pressure bandage. Earl protested, but she ignored him. "Hold this," she ordered Caleb. He stared at her. "Hold it or bleed out." He pressed both hands to his thigh. I kept the gun on him while Claire worked. My arm began to fatigue almost immediately. The barrel wandered. I steadied my wrist against the wall. Above us, smoke entered the stairwell. Thin at first, gray strands moving along the ceiling. "The garage," Earl said. A distant popping sound carried through the rain. Claire's car, leaking fuel near electrical equipment, or a spark from the sabotaged service box. The fire had found something dry. We could not remain below. The basement was flooding. The house was filling with smoke. Caleb could not walk. Claire could barely stand. Earl's shoulder was likely dislocated or broken. I had one working hand and a gun I did not trust myself to carry. The conflict was over in the narrowest sense. The threat had a face and a bullet wound. Survival still required work. We used the wool blanket as a drag. Claire and I rolled Caleb onto it, while Earl climbed the stairs one-handed, bracing himself against the wall. I unloaded the revolver, as Ray had taught me, tipping the remaining cartridges into my pocket before leaving the empty gun on the workbench. Caleb laughed weakly when he saw me do it. "You really are his nephew." I did not answer. We dragged him up one step at a time. At the top, smoke hung waist high through the kitchen. The fire was not inside the house yet, but orange light flickered through the west windows. The garage roof crackled in the rain. The rear door had jammed against the fallen coat rack. I kicked it until the frame split. Outside air rushed in. We pulled Caleb onto the porch, then across the soaked yard away from the garage and vehicles. Claire collapsed beside the drainage ditch. Earl lowered himself near her, face gray beneath the blood. I used Claire's phone from the rise near the mailbox. This time the call held. The dispatcher made me repeat everything. Gunshot wound, fire, possible carbon monoxide, 2 injured adults, 1 armed suspect now disarmed. The volunteer engine arrived 11 minutes later. An ambulance came 6 minutes after that. State police followed because the county units were tied up on storm calls. No one arrived suddenly enough to save us. They arrived in time to treat what we had already survived. The garage burned to its frame. Claire's hatchback caught along the rear quarter before firefighters cooled it. The basement took on nearly 2 feet of water. The water heater was ruined. The furnace was later condemned. A section of the kitchen floor sagged where the hidden crawl space had undermined the joists. Caleb survived the gunshot, though the bullet damaged muscle and fractured his femur. Earl's shoulder was dislocated. His nose was broken. He was taken into custody from the hospital after police found messages between him and Caleb discussing the outage, the tire screws, and making the nephew desperate enough to sell. Earl had not known Caleb planned to bring the revolver. That was what he claimed. Claire had a fractured ankle and 2 torn ligaments. Surgery would come later. My wrist was fractured at the scaphoid. The delay in treatment complicated it. I would spend months in a cast and longer regaining strength. As paramedics loaded Claire into the ambulance, she caught my sleeve. "The door," she said. "What?" "The basement door." Behind us, the farmhouse stood open to rain and smoke. The broken kitchen doorway framed the top of the stairs. "It didn't open because you were asleep," she said. "He waited until you were asleep." I looked toward the crawlspace entrance beneath the stairs. Caleb had been entering through the garage hatch, following the drainage ditch, then using the broken basement window or the concealed tunnel under the kitchen addition. He had watched the house, learned my movements, opened the basement door from below after hearing me stop walking. The lock had not failed every time. Sometimes a person had turned it. The explanation should have brought relief. Instead, it gave shape to every quiet minute I had spent alone in the house. The floor beneath my face, the key in my pocket, the 3-inch gap, someone standing below, listening to me breathe until he was certain I would not wake. The first person who asked whether I felt lucky was an emergency room nurse at Latrobe Hospital. She did not mean anything cruel by it. She was checking the circulation in my fingers while a radiology technician prepared to take another set of images of the splint Claire had made from a paint stirring stick lay in a clear plastic belongings bag on the counter. "You were very lucky," the nurse said. I looked at the mud drying in the seams of my jeans. Yes, that was the answer people expected. The bullet had missed my uncle's heating oil line. Caleb had not severed his femoral artery. Claire's broken ankle had not cut through the skin. The garage fire had remained mostly separate from the house because the rain soaked the roof, and the volunteer department arrived before the flames crossed the open yard. Earl's head had missed the concrete edge of the furnace pad when Caleb kicked him. There were many ways the night could have ended worse. That did not make what happened feel fortunate. My name is still Daniel Mercer. I was 34 when I inherited the farmhouse, and I left the hospital 2 days older with a fiberglass cast covering my left hand nearly to the elbow. The fracture was in the scaphoid, a small wrist bone with poor blood supply, and an unreasonable ability to complicate your life. The orthopedic surgeon explained this while showing me a gray blur on a monitor. He said we would try immobilization first, but delayed healing might require a screw. I almost laughed when he said screw. He noticed. Something funny? No, by then my sister had driven up from Maryland. Emily Mercer, 38, female, had spent most of the previous night in a plastic chair beside my bed, wearing the same wool coat she had arrived in. Emily was an elementary school administrator, the kind of person who carried tissues, spare phone chargers, painkillers, and grudges in equal quantities. She had brought all four. When the surgeon left, she waited until the door shut. "You are selling that house," she said. "I know. No, say it like you mean it. I'm selling the house, not repairing it, not turning it into a rental, not keeping it because Ray left it to you and you think walking away means you failed some test. I said I'm selling it." Emily studied my face. I looked away first. She had always been able to tell when I was agreeing to end a conversation rather than making a decision. That morning, though, I meant it. I could not imagine sleeping there again. I could barely imagine entering it while awake. Claire was one floor below me after surgery on her ankle. The fracture itself was stable, but the ligament damage required repair. She would be on crutches for weeks and in a walking boot after that. When I visited her room, she was pale from anesthesia and furious about the hospital coffee. "I asked for black," she said, lifting a paper cup. "This is warm dishwater. That sounds healthier than your usual order. You are in no position to criticize coffee." Her right leg was elevated beneath a foam wedge. A thick dressing covered the ankle. She had a small cut near her eyebrow from the fall in the woods, something neither of us had noticed, until a paramedic wiped the mud from her face. I sat carefully beside the bed. For a while, we did not discuss the house. We discussed practical things. Insurance, her clinic, whether her landlord's stairs would be manageable, whether my sister could drive her home, how long until either of us could type normally or stand in a shower without wrapping part of ourselves in plastic. Then Claire said, "I keep hearing the shot." I watched the heart monitor line move across the screen. "Which one?" "The first one, through the door." "Me too. I know the later ones happened. I remember them. But it's the first one that keeps showing up." I understood. The first shot was the moment every remaining explanation narrowed into one fact. There was a person above us with a gun. After that, fear became work. Duck, move, stop the water, watch the stairs, pressure on the wound. Before that, there was still room to doubt ourselves. Claire picked at the edge of the blanket. "I thought you were going to shoot him in the chest." "So did I, you missed." "Yes, that is probably why he lived." "I know." She looked at me. "Are you upset that he lived?" The question was quiet enough that I could have pretended not to hear it. "I don't know," Claire nodded. She did not tell me what the correct answer should be. The Pennsylvania State Police interviewed me twice in the hospital. The first interview took less than 20 minutes because pain medication had made my thoughts slow and circular. The second came the following afternoon with a different trooper and an assistant district attorney listening by phone. I told them everything in order: the open door, the chirping alarm, the cut cable, the dead cars, the screws, the carbon monoxide reading, the truck, the footprints, the garage hatch, the radios, the woods, the basement. When I finished, the trooper asked me to go back to the moment I fired. "Did Caleb Voss have a weapon in his hand?" "No." "Was the revolver still in your hand?" "Yes." "Was he moving toward you?" "Yes." "How far?" 3 feet, maybe less." "Did he say anything?" "He said I didn't know how to use the gun." And then he lunged. The trooper made a note. I asked whether I was being charged. He looked up. At this time, The evidence is consistent with self-defense. At this time, those words remained with me longer than the reassurance. The revolver had contained 6 cartridges. Caleb fired 3. I fired 1. 2 unfired cartridges were found in my coat pocket, exactly where I said I had put them after unloading the weapon. The bullet recovered from Caleb's leg matched the gun. Gunshot residue was present on his hands and mine. The bullet holes in the basement door, wall, pipe, and water heater supported the sequence Claire, Earl, and I described. Physical evidence is comforting because it does not care whether you remember correctly. The recordings were worse. Police found Caleb's phone inside the hidden crawl space beneath the kitchen addition. He had used it to record portions of the house through small cameras placed in an air vent above the basement stairs and inside an old smoke detector shell in the living room. There were 39 video files. The earliest had been created 6 weeks before I arrived. That answered one question. Caleb had been using the property after Ray's death. It created several others. The recordings showed him sleeping in the crawlspace on a camping mat, cooking on a small propane stove, and moving through the basement late at night. He had stored food, bottled water, clothes, tools, and copies of documents related to the property. He had photographed the estate attorney's letters before they were forwarded to me. He knew my arrival date. He knew Claire had agreed to help. He had watched us enter the house. The police allowed me to view only a few short clips because most were evidence. I wish I had refused. In one, I was asleep on the living room floor. The camera angle was high and slightly tilted. I lay partly on my stomach, one arm beneath my head. Afternoon sunlight crossed the rug. The room looked ordinary. For almost 3 minutes, nothing happened. Then the basement door entered the edge of the frame. It opened slowly. A hand appeared around it. Caleb stepped into the passage and watched me. He did not approach. He did not touch me. He stood there long enough for the camera's file to divide into a second clip. Then he returned downstairs and left the door open 3 inches. The brass key remained in my pocket the entire time. I stopped watching after that. Earl Voss was charged first with criminal conspiracy, criminal mischief, reckless endangerment, and several property offenses. The final list changed as investigators worked through messages, receipts, and location records. Caleb faced more serious charges, including burglary, aggravated assault, unlawful restraint-related offenses, arson counts connected to the garage fire, and weapons violations because the revolver had not belonged to him. Earl's story shifted. At first, he claimed he had only wanted to pressure me into selling quickly. He said Ray had once discussed selling him part of the property, and he believed the estate would accept a low offer if the house appeared expensive to maintain. He admitted providing screws, helping disable the electrical service, and driving the pickup. He denied cutting Claire's fuel line. He denied blocking the furnace vent. He denied knowing about the hidden cameras or the gun. Caleb blamed Earl for almost everything except entering the house. According to Caleb, Raymond had promised him the basement workshop and a strip of land behind the garage in exchange for repairs and winter maintenance. No signed agreement was found. There were notes in Ray's handwriting documenting payments to Caleb for labor, but nothing transferring ownership. One line appeared repeatedly in Ray's notebooks: CV not permitted, in house alone. The first entry was dated nearly 2 years before Ray's stroke. That answered another question. Ray knew Caleb was entering without permission. He had changed locks, added window latches, and purchased the interior security bar because of him. He had also built or reinforced the concealed access panel beneath the stairs. Why he did not seal the crawl space completely was less clear. Earl said the tunnel predated all of them and had once carried plumbing beneath the kitchen addition. Caleb said Ray kept it open because he sometimes used it to reach shut-off valves. The building inspector found pipes there, along with fresh framing and insulation installed by Caleb. Ray had tried to control the problem privately. That was consistent with him. It was also one reason the problem survived him. The house remained under police control for 9 days. After evidence technicians finished, the county building department posted it as unsafe. Floodwater had damaged the furnace and water heater. Smoke had entered the kitchen. The hidden crawl space had compromised floor supports, and the basement window wall needed reinforcement after the slope collapse. My insurance company sent an adjuster named Martin Hale, 51 male, who wore waterproof boots and spoke in the careful, neutral tone of someone accustomed to standing inside ruined homes. He met Emily and me at the property 3 weeks after the fire. I had not returned since the ambulance. The day was bright and cold. No rain. The gravel had been raked, and yellow evidence markers were gone, but dark stains remained where Claire's car and the garage had burned. The garage itself was a blackened frame surrounded by melted siding, twisted metal shelving, and piles of wet ash. The farmhouse looked almost untouched from the road. That bothered me. I wanted it to display what had happened. Broken windows, a collapsed roof, some visible warning. Instead, the gray siding reflected ordinary morning light. Martin unlocked the front door. I still had the brass basement key, though no one needed it now. The basement door had been removed by investigators and leaned against the dining room wall. 2 bullet holes passed through the upper panels. Splintered wood surrounded each opening. The house smelled of wet plaster, soot, and commercial disinfectant. Emily stayed close without making it obvious. I walked into the living room. The rug had been taken as evidence, then returned in a sealed plastic roll. A pale rectangle marked where it had lain. On the wall above the doorway, investigators had removed the hidden camera. 4 screw holes remained. Martin explained the estimated repair costs: roof drainage, foundation excavation, electrical replacement, furnace, water heater, mold remediation, structural work beneath the kitchen, garage demolition, environmental cleanup from fuel and oil. The numbers reached 6 figures before he finished. The policy would cover some, not all. Would you recommend repairing before sale? I asked. Martin looked around. That depends on your tolerance for the project. I don't have one. Then disclose everything and sell as is. Emily nodded once. We walked to the basement passage. Without the door, the opening looked wider. Daylight from the kitchen reached the first few steps. The handrail Claire had torn loose was gone. Fresh water lines marked the walls nearly 2 feet above the floor. I did not go down. Martin did. Emily remained beside me. "You don't have to prove anything," she said. "I know." I had spent much of my life believing fear became less legitimate when an explanation appeared. A door opened because a frame warped. A noise came from plumbing. A shadow was a coat rack. Footsteps belonged to a cat. Sometimes explanations were harmless. Sometimes they were people. "I thought I was becoming Dad," I said. Emily's expression changed. Not pity, something quieter. "You checked a door and it was open," she said. "That is what happened to Dad. I doubted everything. Because someone designed it that way. He barely had to." She did not argue. That was the difficult part. Caleb had exploited a weakness, but he had not created it. The instinct to mistrust myself was already there, waiting. I sold the property, as is to a contractor from Greensburg, 4 months later. The final amount was far below the first valuation, and slightly above what Earl had planned to offer through a shell company traced to his brother-in-law. I signed the papers with my right hand. My left wrist had not healed properly. The bone developed delayed union, and I eventually needed surgery with a small metal screw, exactly as the orthopedic surgeon had warned. Afterward, I spent months squeezing foam blocks and rotating my wrist against resistance bands. Claire supervised some of that rehabilitation after she returned to work. She used a cane for a while, then a brace. Her gait changed when she was tired. She never complained about it directly, but she stopped watching renovation shows. For a few months, neither of us slept well. We developed rules without discussing them. No surprise visits. No entering a room quietly when the other person was resting. Say your name before coming around a blind corner. Check the back seat once, not repeatedly. Lock a door, test it, and walk away. Claire called that last one exposure practice. I called it irritating. We did it anyway. The cases against Earl and Caleb had not gone to trial by the time the house sold. Caleb accepted a plea agreement later. Earl did too, though neither received the maximum sentence Claire thought they deserved. I attended the sentencing hearings remotely. Caleb spoke for less than a minute. He said he had believed the property was his because Ray had treated him like family and then abandoned him. He apologized for how things escalated, not for watching me sleep, not for pointing the revolver at Claire. How things escalated, as though the basement had filled itself. Earl apologized directly to Claire and me. His attorney said he had intended only property damage and financial pressure. Claire turned off the stream before he finished. I listened to the rest because some stubborn part of me expected a sentence that would arrange the whole experience into something understandable. None came. The contractor eventually repaired the farmhouse and listed it again. I saw the photographs online by accident. New floors, white cabinets, recessed lighting. The basement walls painted gray. The hidden crawl space sealed behind concrete block. The garage replaced with a prefabricated 2-car structure. The basement doorway had a new 6-panel door. No scratches, no warped frame. The listing described the house as fully restored and peacefully situated near historic Ligonier. It sold to a couple from Pittsburgh. I did not contact them. That was not my responsibility anymore. Almost ordinary life returned in increments. My cast came off. Claire drove again. Emily stopped calling every evening and returned to every Sunday. I went back to Baltimore, back to remote meetings and grocery deliveries, and the familiar radiator knock in my apartment. I stopped photographing the stove knobs. Mostly, I still woke sometimes with the certainty that a door had moved while I slept. When that happened, I listened before getting up. Not for ghosts, for breathing, floorboards, fabric brushing a wall. Evidence. The brass basement key remained in the bottom drawer of my desk for nearly a year. I had no reason to keep it. The lock it fit had been replaced. The house belonged to strangers, and every official involved considered it worthless. One Saturday, I finally threw it away. I carried the trash bag down 3 flights of stairs and placed it in the building dumpster. Then I went back to my apartment, locked the door, tested it once, and made coffee. That night, I slept for 7 hours. In the morning, the apartment was exactly as I had left it. The stove was off. The windows were closed. The front door was locked. On the floor beside my desk lay a small brass key. For several seconds, I only looked at it. Then I remembered the spare key ring in the top drawer. A nearly identical key belonged to an old filing cabinet I had moved the week before. It must have fallen behind the desk and worked loose overnight when the radiator pipes vibrated. I picked it up. The explanation fit. I tested it in the cabinet. The key turned. I stood there with my hand on the drawer, listening to the building wake around me. Water moving through pipes, a child running upstairs, someone dragging a trash bin along the alley. Ordinary sounds. Mostly. I put the filing cabinet key back in the drawer. Then I locked the drawer too. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much. The ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first handprint appeared at 1:43 in the morning, high on the inside wall of an empty shark tank, where no person could have reached it without a ladder. At least, I thought it was a handprint. From the security desk, it looked like 5 pale streaks pressed into the condensation, just below the black waterline stain left over from when the tank had been drained. The camera covering Gallery C wasn't especially good. It had a wide-angle lens that bent straight railings into shallow curves, and its night mode turned every reflective surface the color of old dishwater. I leaned toward the monitor until my knees touched the underside of the desk. The mark stayed there. Then the ventilation system kicked on. The camera image trembled slightly, and the 5 streaks softened into a single wet blur. explainable. Everything in an aquarium is wet, even the things that are supposed to be dry. My name is Daniel Mercer. I was 34 years old then, male, divorced for 8 months, and working overnight security at the North Coast Aquarium in Cleveland, because the schedule let me pick up my daughter from school 3 afternoons a week. That was the practical reason. The less practical reason was that night work meant I didn't have to talk to many people. And after my marriage ended, conversation had started to feel like a test I had forgotten to study for. I sat back and rubbed the dent the radio clip had made in my hip. Probably runoff, I said aloud. The office had no one in it to disagree with me. Just 6 monitors, a dented metal desk, a coffee machine that clicked as it cooled, and a beige wall calendar still showing the previous month because no one on nights cared enough to change it. Outside the office, the staff corridor smelled like salt, bleach, wet rubber, and the faint sourness of thawed fish. Pumps hummed behind the walls. Not one continuous hum, but layers of them, some high and electric, some low enough that I felt them in my teeth when I leaned against the wrong door. I switched Gallery C to full screen. The empty tank occupied most of the frame. It had once housed 3 sand tiger sharks, a green sea turtle, and enough schooling fish to make children flatten both hands against the glass. The sharks had been moved to Pittsburgh during the renovation. The turtle had gone to Baltimore. Now the tank was an enormous concrete bowl behind 40-foot acrylic panels, drained except for a few inches of gray water collecting in the service trench at the bottom. The renovation crew had covered sections of the visitor gallery with plastic sheeting. The plastic shifted whenever the air handlers changed pressure, making a dry, whispering scrape across the tile. There was another patch of fog on the acrylic, lower this time, rounder. I checked the environmental controls displayed on the maintenance terminal beside my monitors. Gallery C temperature, 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Humidity, 56%. Nothing unusual. The empty tank itself should have been close to the same temperature because the access hatches at the top had been left open during demolition. Fog formed when warm, moist air hit a colder surface. That was basic. I remembered it from my daughter's science homework. The only problem was that the fog was on the tank side of the acrylic. I was still looking at it when the office door opened behind me. Please tell me that face is about basketball and not work. The woman in the doorway was Mara Velez, 29 years old, female, one of the aquarium's senior aquarists, and the only member of the animal care staff scheduled to remain in the building until 2. She had a navy fleece zipped to her chin, damp curls tied behind her head, and a plastic food storage container under one arm. A smear of something dark marked the knee of her waterproof trousers. "What face?" I asked. "The one where you look like the computer just told you it knows where you live." She set the container on my desk. The smell of grilled onions leaked through the lid. "My mother made too much arroz con pollo," she said. "Again. Your mother has never made the correct amount of food. She thinks leftovers are proof of moral character." I glanced back at the screen. Mara followed my eyes. What am I looking at? Condensation. Congratulations. Inside the shark tank. She moved closer and rested one hand on the back of my chair. Her nails were cut short and roughened around the edges from salt water. She watched the monitor for several seconds. Could be warmer air coming up through the drain channel, she said. That's what I was thinking. You weren't thinking that. I was thinking something structurally similar. Mara gave me a sideways look. She knew I hated admitting when something unsettled me. It was not courage. It was bookkeeping. Once I said a fear aloud, I felt responsible for solving it, and I had enough unsolved things already. She tapped the screen with one finger. Camera makes it look worse, she said. The acrylic's filthy. Contractors keep opening the service doors. You've got outside air mixing with tank air. The outside air is colder, not in the mechanical spaces. Some of those pumps run hot. The circulation pumps are off. The life support pumps are off. Deutering pump is. Neither are the sump alarms. She straightened and looked at the clock above the monitors. I have to finish the seal inventory before I leave. You doing your 2 o'clock round in 17 minutes. Take a surface thermometer. Check the panel. You volunteering? No, I am volunteering you. She lifted the food container and pushed it closer to me. That's your hazard pay. Mara left for the commissary level, her radio hissing softly at her shoulder. The door swung shut behind her, but didn't latch. It had been like that for weeks. The renovation crews kept propping fire doors open with wedges, buckets, and once, an unopened box of aquarium gift shop plushies. Security removed the props. The props reappeared. This was the rhythm of institutional life. I ate standing up. The rice was slightly dry, and the chicken had absorbed enough garlic to stay with me until morning. I watched Gallery C between bites. The fog did not spread. It remained in 3 disconnected patches, cloudy against the dark interior. At 1:58, my radio cracked. Security, this is maintenance. The voice belonged to Owen Price, 58 years old male, the aquarium's overnight building engineer. Owen had worked there since the place opened in the late 90s and spoke about machinery with the affection other people reserved for elderly dogs. He distrusted software updates, outside contractors, and anyone who used the phrase temporary solution. His left ear was partially deaf from years around industrial equipment, though he insisted the problem was that everyone else mumbled. Go ahead, I said. You near C Gallery, heading there. I got a fault on deutering pump 3. What kind of fault? Short cycle. Ran 12 seconds, stopped, ran 9, stopped. Flooding, level sensor says no, bad sensor, could be. There was a pause filled with radio static. Then Owen said, don't go into the tank trench. I wasn't planning to. You always say that after you've planned to. I'm security. We don't plan. We observe from responsible distances. That's so. That is written on our crest. Owen made a noise that might have been a laugh. Meet me at the upper access in 10, he said. Bring your keys. The aquarium changed at night. During the day, it was stroller wheels, school groups, parents negotiating bathroom emergencies, children knocking on acrylic despite signs, asking them not to. At night, the building became a collection of systems. Air pushed through ducts. Water passed valves. Refrigeration compressors started and stopped. The animals made their own smaller noises. A seal striking the surface, claws scraping artificial rock, birds shifting on branches in the tropical hall. I stepped into the public concourse and swept my flashlight along the floor. Emergency lights glowed at ankle height. The overhead displays had been shut down, leaving dark rectangular screens above the ticket counters. Beyond the glass entrance doors, Erie-side Avenue was wet from an earlier rain. Streetlights reflected in the pavement. A city bus passed without stopping, interior almost empty, its brakes sighing as it reached the intersection. My shoes squeaked on the tile. I hated that sound. It made it impossible to move quietly. And although there was no reason I needed to move quietly, I still tried. That was another private flaw of mine. I liked knowing where every sound came from. A door closing, a pipe knocking, a voice in the wrong corridor. I needed to place it. My father had been the same way after his house was burglarized when I was a teenager. He would wake at 2 in the morning and walk room to room checking windows. I used to think it was ridiculous. Then I caught myself doing it. Gallery C sat behind a temporary plywood wall, painted the same blue as the permanent exhibits. A vinyl sign announced future home of the Great Lakes Predators experience, though the projected opening date beneath it had been covered with white tape. I unlocked the construction door. Cool air moved across my face. The visitor gallery beyond had been stripped down to concrete and exposed studs. Coiled cables lay against the walls. Plastic sheets hung from the ceiling in overlapping curtains, translucent in the emergency lighting. Somewhere behind them, water dripped at an irregular pace. Plink. Nothing for 6 seconds. Plink. The empty tank's main acrylic panel rose in front of me like the window of a darkened building. My flashlight reflected back, flattening the view. I angled it downward. The fog was real. 3 oval patches clung to the inside surface, each about the width of a dinner plate. Tiny droplets had gathered along their lower edges. One droplet lengthened, trembled, and slid down the interior face. I stood close enough to see the scratches left by years of cleaning tools. The outside of the acrylic felt cool and dry beneath my knuckles. My radio clicked. "Daniel," Mara said, "I'm at the panel." And it's fogged, outside or inside. I crouched, changed the angle of the flashlight, and watched the beam catch the droplets. Inside. "All right," she said it too quickly. I looked up. "You sound worried." "I sound busy." "You sound busy when you're worried." "I'll come down." "I thought you were finishing inventory." "I finished." "You said it would take 40 minutes. I count fast." Before I could answer, something struck metal inside the tank. One clean sound, clang. Not loud, but distinct. It came from below the viewing level, somewhere near the service trench. I stopped breathing through my mouth. The air tasted faintly of dust and disinfectant. "Mara," I said, "I heard it through your radio. Could be the deutering pump." "It shouldn't sound like that." A plastic curtain behind me lifted and settled. I turned so quickly my flashlight beam jumped across the exposed studs. No one was there. Owen arrived through the upper corridor 2 minutes later, carrying a hard plastic tool case and a handheld thermal camera. He wore brown work trousers, steel-toed boots, and a faded Cleveland Browns jacket beneath his reflective vest. "You touch anything?" he asked. "The panel." "Why?" "To see if it was wet." "Could have looked." "I did look." "Then I touched." Owen grunted and aimed the thermal camera at the acrylic. Mara came in through the opposite door, pulling disposable gloves onto her hands. She was carrying a long fiberglass pole normally used for retrieving items from shallow exhibits. Owen glanced at it. "What's that for?" "Responsible distance observing," she said. I almost smiled. The thermal camera screen showed the acrylic in bands of dull color. Owen moved it slowly across the fogged areas. "Panel's colder there," he said. "How much?" Mara asked. 4 degrees. "Inside air leak, maybe." "From where?" Owen lowered the camera. "That's the question." Another clang came from inside the tank. This one was followed by a soft dragging noise. Metal across concrete. It lasted less than 2 seconds. Mara stepped closer to the acrylic. Her shoulders had tightened, though her voice stayed level. "Could one of the contractors have left equipment in the trench?" "They leave equipment everywhere," Owen said. "Could the pump be pulling something against a grate?" "Could be." He didn't sound convinced. I shone my light down into the tank, but the viewing panel did not provide a clear angle into the trench. All I could see was stained concrete, a shallow reflection of standing water, and the edge of a maintenance ladder bolted to the far wall. Owen checked the fault log on his phone. "Pump 3 just cycled again." "I didn't hear it start," I said. "You wouldn't from here." "I heard the metal." "That's not the pump motor." Mara looked toward the narrow service door at the side of the gallery. It led to a stairwell that climbed to the catwalk above the tank, where the open access hatches could be inspected. "We check from the top," she said. Owen shook his head. "Contractors pulled half the catwalk grading this afternoon. They were supposed to replace it before leaving. They were supposed to do a lot of things." "What about the lower service tunnel?" I asked. Owen looked at me. The lower tunnel ran behind the tank, below visitor level, and connected to the pump room. It would put us beside the deutering controls and the trench access hatch. It would also mean walking through an active construction zone with partial lighting and no clear view of what had fallen or been left inside the tank. Mara pulled off one glove and rubbed her thumb across her palm. "We can call the contractor supervisor," she said. "At 2 in the morning, Owen replied. "He'll tell us to shut the pump down and wait." "Can we shut it down?" "Not without knowing where the water's coming from." The 3 of us faced the black acrylic. Another droplet slid through the fog on the inside. Then a 4th patch began forming near the bottom of the panel, slowly clouding from clear to white. Owen picked up his tool case. "Upper catwalk or lower tunnel," he said. "I'm not leaving a cycling pump until morning." Mara looked at me. She was trying to keep her expression neutral, but I noticed she had wrapped the loose end of the glove around 2 fingers and was twisting it tighter. I checked the service door, then the dark tank, then the stairwell sign pointing down toward mechanical access. The fog continued to spread. We had to choose which way to enter, and neither route had a working camera. The lower tunnel one, because Owen said the upper catwalk was not a route. It was an insurance claim waiting to happen. He unlocked the mechanical access door with a brass key worn smooth around the teeth, then held it open while Mara and I stepped through. The stairwell beyond was narrower than I remembered. Painted cinder block, yellow handrail, concrete steps chipped at the edges. A red exit sign hummed above us, even though the stairwell did not lead outside. The air changed halfway down. Upstairs, the gallery smelled like plaster dust and disinfectant. Below visitor level, the odor became warmer and metallic, with a stagnant water edge that caught at the back of my throat. The pumps were louder there, not deafening, but constant enough that conversation required more effort. Owen stopped at the bottom landing and pointed to the floor. "Watch the cable." A black extension cord crossed the corridor under a rubber mat that had folded back on itself. Mara stepped over it. I caught the raised edge with my heel and stumbled into the wall. My radio knocked against the block. The noise cracked down the corridor. Everyone froze for half a second. Then Owen looked at me. "Graceful. I'm creating confidence. Try creating less of it." We continued. The lower service tunnel ran behind the major exhibits in a long, uneven line built around the aquarium's original concrete shell. Pipes crossed overhead in insulated bundles. Some were labeled in permanent marker: raw water, filter return, backwash. Others had old printed tags hanging by wire. The letters faded until only the arrows remained. Every 20 feet, an emergency fixture cast a shallow pool of white light. Between those pools, the tunnel fell into shadow. Mara walked behind Owen with the fiberglass pole angled along her shoulder. I came last, which I disliked immediately. Each time I turned to check behind us, my flashlight caught only pipe brackets, floor drains, and the pale rectangle of the door shrinking in the distance. "Pump room S around the bend," Owen said. His voice sounded too loud, then disappeared into the machinery noise. We reached a steel door marked "Sea Life Support." Owen swiped his staff badge. It flashed red. He tried again. "Red, renovation access change," Mara asked. "Shouldn't affect staff clearance." He pulled the door handle anyway. Locked. I took out my security MasterCard and held it to the reader. "Green." Owen gave me a look. "Observe from responsible distances," I said. Inside, the pump room was hot enough to fog my glasses for a second. 3 deutering pumps stood in a row along the far wall, each about waist high, connected to pipes that disappeared through the concrete. Pump 3 had a small amber fault light blinking on its control panel. A plastic bucket sat beneath one coupling. It contained an inch of brown water. Owen went straight to the controls. Mara crouched beside the bucket. "This new wasn't here yesterday. You put buckets under leaks. I put buckets under drips. Leaks get repaired. This looks like a drip with ambition." Owen opened the panel and leaned close. I watched him work because I had nothing useful to do, and because I did not want to look at the narrow door on the opposite wall. That door led to the trench access corridor. A laminated warning sign had been bolted to it. "Confined space authorized entry only, test atmosphere before access." The door itself was closed, but the latch handle was not fully horizontal. It rested at a slight downward angle. "Was that door open today?" I asked. Owen did not look up. "Contractors had trench access." "Did they sign out?" "They're supposed to." "That isn't what I asked." Owen tapped the control screen. Fault code says obstruction or airlock, Mara stood. Could explain the cycling. Could. Can you reset it? I can. If it's obstructed, it'll trip again. What happens if we leave it? Owen finally looked at her. Depends how much water's entering the trench. The answer sat badly with all three of us. How much are we talking? I asked. Level sensor says 2 inches. You trust it? No, Mara folded her arms. Worst case, water rises into the lower electrical chase. How long? Owen checked the gauge mounted above the pumps, then wiped condensation from its face with his sleeve. Could be hours, could be 20 minutes. 20, I said, if a valve S failed upstream. The room seemed hotter after that. Owen pressed the reset. Pump 3 started with a deep mechanical thump. The pipe beside it shuddered. Water moved through the line with a rough, gravelly sound, as if handfuls of stones were being dragged inside the metal. The amber light went out. For 9 seconds, the pump ran normally. Then the sound changed. A high vibration passed through the housing. The pipe jumped against its wall bracket. Somewhere beyond the concrete, metal struck metal twice. Clang, clang, the pump shut off. Amber light. Obstruction, Owen said. Mara stared at the trench door. Something S against the intake. Or the impeller. Either way, we need eyes on it. Owen shook his head. We need the contractor supervisor. You just said we might have 20 minutes. I said worst case. And you don't trust the level sensor. I also don't trust going into a confined space at 2 in the morning because a pump sounds ugly. They stood facing each other, both speaking quietly, which made the disagreement worse. Mara had spent too many years around animals that could not explain what was wrong. She reacted to uncertainty by moving closer. Owen reacted by slowing everything down until the risk had a name and a form. Neither approach was foolish. Together, they fit badly. I checked my watch. 2:17 a.m., we don't enter the trench, I said. We open the access door, test the air, and inspect from the threshold. Owen pointed at the warning sign. You certified? No. Mara, no. Then nobody opens it. We can call the fire department, Mara said. Owen looked offended. For a blocked pump? For a possible flood beneath a public building? At 2 in the morning, you call fire. They evacuate the overnight staff, notify city inspectors, and shut this wing until someone proves it safe. That may be the correct procedure. It may also be unnecessary. Mara's jaw tightened. That doesn't make it wrong. My radio hissed before Owen could answer. Daniel, you copy. The voice belonged to Calvin Ross, 42 years old, male. The contract security officer posted at the aquarium's loading dock. Calvin worked 3 nights a week and spent most of them complaining about the chair, the vending machine prices, and the fact that the dock office television only received local channels. He was talkative in the way some nervous people are talkative, filling any empty space before it could hold something unpleasant. Go ahead, Calvin. You got construction personnel in the building. I looked at Owen. Not officially, I said. Why? Rear motion alarm tripped twice. West receiving corridor. Camera 31 is frozen. That got my attention. Frozen how? Still image. Timestamps moving picture is. I turned toward the pump room monitor mounted near the ceiling. It showed a 4-camera split, corridor, pump room entrance, trench door, and an exterior service stair. The trench door feed was gray, not black, not disconnected, gray static, faintly crawling from top to bottom. Any badge activity? I asked, checking. Keys clicked over the radio. Calvin breathed into the microphone while he worked. Last badge in that zone was Owen's, he said. Owen frowned. I haven't been at receiving. Badge log says your card opened West Service at 1:31. That's impossible. Calvin hesitated. It's your employee number. Mara looked from Owen to the locked pump room door behind us. The system have duplicated an entry, she asked. It can mislabel a door, Owen said. It doesn't invent badge numbers. Did you lend your card to anyone? No, lose it. Owen pulled his badge from beneath his jacket and held it up. Calvin came back over the radio. Daniel, I've also got a door contact showing open near C service. Which door? System labels it C tank lower access. We all looked at the confined space door. The handle had dropped another inch. I was sure of it. Calvin, I said, lock down the loading dock. Do not investigate West receiving by yourself. You think somebody's inside. I think we have a bad access log and a frozen camera. Stay at your station. A short pause. Copy. He sounded relieved not to be asked to go looking. Owen stepped toward the trench door. I put out an arm. You just said nobody opens it. I'm checking the latch. The contact says open. The contact may be wrong. And your badge supposedly opened a door you never touched. That's why I'm checking. He brushed past me. I hated that more than I expected. Not because he ignored me, because I understood the impulse. A sound with no location, a door with no explanation, a wrong entry in a system. I wanted to put my hand on it too. I wanted the solid answer. Owen stopped 2 feet from the door. We could see a dark line between the steel edge and the frame. It was open, barely, perhaps a 1/4 inch. Warm, damp air moved through the gap. Mara raised the retrieval pole and pressed its rubber end against the door. Don't, Owen said. I'm not entering. You'll change the scene. What scene? Could be a break-in. Then the person may still be in there. That ended the argument. I drew my flashlight and moved to the side of the doorway rather than directly in front of it. Security training had covered active threats, but aquarium security training focused more heavily on lost children, intoxicated guests, and people climbing barriers for photographs. We did not carry firearms. I had pepper spray, a radio, and a collapsible baton I had never used outside annual recertification. Calvin, I said into the radio, call Cleveland police. Possible unauthorized person in a restricted mechanical area. Tell them no confirmed sighting. Calling. Owen looked at me. You're escalating fast. Someone used your badge. System says someone used my badge. Correct. Mara kept the pole against the door. Do we close it? Owen shook his head. If the trench is flooding, closing it doesn't help. If someone's inside, they may need a way out, I said. The words came out before I had considered how they sounded. Mara looked at me. Or we're giving them one. From beyond the gap came a faint electronic chirp. 3 notes. Pause. 3 notes again. Not machinery. Not an alarm I recognized. Phone, Mara whispered. Owen leaned slightly closer. The chirp repeated, then stopped. We waited. A drop of water hit metal somewhere inside. Another followed. Then a series of small impacts traveled away from us, too irregular to be footsteps, too deliberate to dismiss. Owen reached for the handle. I caught his wrist. No. If somebody's injured, police are coming. And if water reaches the electrical chase before they get here. He pulled his arm free. That was the private flaw in him, though I did not understand it fully then. Owen could tolerate people being angry with him. He could tolerate budgets, delays, and management cutting corners. What he could not tolerate was a machine failing while he stood nearby. He took it personally, as if the building had trusted him and he had failed to listen. Mara moved the pole away from the door. "We need an air reading," she said. "At minimum." Owen pointed to a yellow case mounted on the wall. "Gas detector." I took it down. The unit was old but charged. Owen powered it on and waded through the self-test. Oxygen, carbon monoxide, hydrogen sulfide, combustible gas, all normal in the pump room. He extended the sampling tube toward the gap. The detector chirped. Oxygen dropped from 20.9 to 19.8, then 19.2. "Stop," Mara said. Owen held it steady. 18.7. The detector went into alarm. A piercing electronic squeal filled the room. Owen pulled the tube back and silenced it. Nobody spoke for several seconds. "Low oxygen," I said. "Could be localized," Owen replied. "Localized is enough." Mara stared at the door. "What displaces oxygen down there? Rusting metal, biological decay, gas leak, inert gas from contractor equipment. Would any of that make condensation on the tank panel?" Owen did not answer. My radio cracked again. "Daniel," Calvin said, "police notified. They asked if we have anyone missing." "We don't know yet. I checked contractor sign out. And one person never badged out." The pump room felt suddenly smaller. "Name?" I asked. "Elliot Crane, temporary labor. Badge issued yesterday." Mara frowned. "I saw him." "When?" "Late afternoon. He was moving grading sections near the upper tank access." Owen's expression changed. Was he working alone? "I don't know," Calvin continued. "Supervisor's sheet says crew cleared at 6:15. But Crane's badge only shows entry. No exit. Could have left with someone else," Owen said. "Could have," I replied. From inside the trench corridor, something bumped the door. Not hard, just enough to move it inward against Mara's pole, though she was no longer touching it. The gap widened to an inch. A strip of darkness appeared. At floor level, water slid across the threshold. It was not much at first. A thin brown sheet that reflected the pump room lights. Then more followed, carrying grit and a torn piece of blue nitrile glove. Owen crouched. "Back up," I said. He touched the water with 2 fingers and rubbed them together. Warm. The deutering pump attempted another automatic cycle. The motor kicked. The pipe hammered so violently that the bucket beneath the coupling tipped over. Brown water spread across the floor, joining the flow from the trench door. Pump 3 shut down. This time the amber fault light became red. A second warning light appeared beside it. High level. Owen stood so fast he struck his shoulder against the wall-mounted case. "That sensor works," Mara said. "Apparently." "How long now?" He looked at the control panel, then at the conduit running low along the opposite wall. "Not 20 minutes." The overhead monitor flickered. For one frame, the gray trench door feed cleared. I saw the corridor beyond us from the camera's angle. The three of us standing near the door, brown water at our shoes, Mara holding the white retrieval pole. And farther down the tunnel behind us, in the corridor we had just walked through, a person in a reflective vest slipped out of sight behind a pipe column. The image returned to static. I spun toward the pump room entrance. The door had closed. The badge reader was red. I pulled the handle, locked. "Someone's out there," I said. Mara turned, pole raised. Owen stared at me. "You saw them, on the monitor." The radio in my hand gave one soft pop. Then every light in the pump room went out. The emergency fixture came on a second later, weak and yellow, leaving the corners thick with shadow. Somewhere beyond the locked entrance, metal scraped across the door handle. At the same time, water pushed harder through the opening to the low oxygen trench. We were caught between a flooding confined space and someone who had just sealed us inside. The first thing I did was pull the pump room door until my shoulder hurt. It did not move. The emergency light above us gave off a weak amber glow, enough to show the edges of the room, but not enough to make it feel occupied by 3 people. The pumps became black shapes. The steel pipes crossing the ceiling looked lower than they had under full power. Behind the door, something scraped once more against the outside handle, then stopped. "Mara," I said, "keep eyes on the trench door." She backed toward it, holding the fiberglass pole across her body. Brown water had spread from the threshold into a shallow fan, carrying rust-colored grit across the floor. Owen was already at the electrical panel. "Main breaker didn't trip," he said. "So somebody cut power locally, or a transfer switch failed. Can you restore it?" "I can tell you after I can see." I pointed my flashlight over his shoulder. His hands moved across the rows of labeled breakers. Pump 1, Pump 2, Pump 3, lighting, door control, camera POE. The last 2 breaker switches sat in the off position. Owen stared at them. "They didn't fall," he said. "What?" Breakers tripped to the middle. "These were switched off." Mara glanced at the locked entrance. From inside, Owen shook his head. "This panel only controls the room circuits. Someone would have needed to be standing where we are." "We were all at the trench door," I said, "for maybe 30 seconds. The room had not been fully dark then. I tried to replay it, Owen crouching at the water, Mara behind me, the monitor clearing for one frame, the pump kicking, the lights going out. None of us had crossed to the panel. "Could vibration move them?" Mara asked. "No." I swept the flashlight over the room. Pump housings, bucket on its side, tool case, yellow gas detector case open on the wall, a metal shelving unit with filters and coiled hose. No person. The air near the trench door had grown warmer. Not hot, body temperature almost, moist enough that the smell of rust and algae had become stronger. My radio chirped. "Calvin," I said immediately. "Nothing." I changed channels and tried again. "Loading dock, this is Daniel." Static answered. Owen held out a hand. "Let me see it." I gave him the radio. He turned the volume knob, keyed the microphone, and listened. "Dead zone?" Mara asked. "Wasn't before," I said. Owen pointed up. "Repeater loses power, concrete walls eat the signal. So we have no radio, no camera, and no powered lock. The lock is fail secure, I said. It stays locked when power drops. Good design, Mara muttered, for keeping people out. We are not out. Water reached the edge of Owen's boot. He looked down, then at pump 3. We restore the room's circuits first. That door control breaker won't unlock the entrance if the reader system upstream is down, I said. Maybe. But the auxiliary release might still work. He switched the lighting breaker on. Nothing happened. He flipped it off and on again. Still nothing. Transfer failure, he said. Emergency circuit only. What about pump 3? It has 3-phase power on a separate feed. Control side is alive. Motor feed may be alive. Can you bypass the fault? Owen gave me a flat look. Can you? Yes. Should you? No. Mara planted the end of the retrieval pole against the floor. How long before the water reaches that conduit? Owen shone his light along the wall. The brown sheet had covered perhaps half the distance. 10 minutes if the inflow stays like this. And if it increases, less. That became our first attempt. Owen opened pump 3's control cabinet and worked from memory while I held the flashlight steady. Mara stayed between us and the trench door. The water climbed over the soles of our boots and began to ripple each time the pump tried to start. Owen disconnected the automatic level control and set the pump to manual. You understand, he said, mostly to himself. If the impeller is physically jammed, this could burn out the motor. Will it flood faster if it burns out? Mara asked. Yes. Then make the decision quickly. He looked at her, helpful, trying to be. He pressed the manual start button. The motor started hard. The entire pipe assembly shuddered. A vibration traveled through the concrete floor and up my legs. For 3 seconds, the pump made a deep sucking noise. Then it caught. Water slammed through the discharge line. The sound was enormous in the small room. Mara turned toward the trench door as the flow beneath it slowed. The water around our boots began to draw backward in thin streams, grit sliding toward the threshold. It's working, she said. Owen kept one finger on the button. Pump 3 ran for 6 seconds. 7, 8. A smile almost appeared on Owen's face. Then something struck inside the pipe. The noise was not a clang this time. It was a dense, pulpy thud, followed by a rapid knocking that moved through the line toward the pump housing. Owen released the button. Too late. The coupling above the tipped bucket split at the gasket. A jet of brown water blasted sideways. It hit Owen in the chest and knocked him into the shelving unit. Filters and metal fittings crashed to the floor. The pump shut down with a sharp electrical crack. I grabbed Owen by the jacket and pulled him away from the spray. Mara closed the nearby isolation valve, leaning her full weight against the wheel. It turned half a rotation, then stuck. Other direction, Owen gasped. She reversed it. The wheel squealed, fought her, then gave. The jet weakened to a hard stream. Owen sat against the wall, one hand pressed to his ribs. You hit your head? I asked. No, you sure? I know where my head is. Blood ran from a shallow cut above his right eyebrow. Mara saw it and crouched beside him. That's blood. It's decorative. Hold still. She tore open a packet of gauze from the first aid cabinet and pressed it to his forehead. Owen winced more from the attention than the injury. I looked at the pump housing. The red alarm had gone dark. So had the control screen. Motor feed's gone, Owen said. Probably blew the local disconnect. Can you reset it? Not without opening the motor junction, which is now sitting in water. Yes, the first attempt had bought us less than a minute and taken the pump out completely. But it had revealed something. The obstruction was not fixed at the intake. It had moved through the line. Mara must have realized the same thing. What was that sound? She asked. Owen removed the gauze and examined the blood on it. Soft debris. What kind? Insulation, fabric, plastic. Could be anything the pump pulled in. Could it be a person's clothing? Owen looked at her. Nobody answered. From the trench corridor came the 3-note electronic chirp. Once, then again. Mara stood too quickly and nearly slipped. That's a phone. Probably, I said. Probably. Could be a locator alarm, a tool. Daniel, someone didn't badge out. I know. If Crane is down there, the oxygen level is unsafe. He could already be unconscious. That does not make it safe for us. She turned away from me, breathing through her nose. Her jaw worked as though she were biting back words. This was where the problem became personal for her, though I did not know the whole reason yet. Mara could handle animal deaths. She hated them, but she understood them. Systems failed, bodies failed. What she could not stand was waiting, while something living might still be helped. Every second of delay felt like participation. Owen pushed himself upright using the wall. We need another exit. I pointed to the room's floor plan laminated beside the breaker panel. The pump room was rectangular. Entrance door on the west wall, opening to the service tunnel. Trench access on the east wall. Pumps along the north wall. Electrical chase and storage shelving on the south. A narrow maintenance hatch marked above the diagram connected the pump room to a pipe gallery running north toward the old freshwater filtration wing. Here, I said. Owen leaned close. That's not an exit. It connects to the pipe gallery, through a crawl hatch. How big? Big enough for pipe fitters who complain about it. Mara looked at me. Where does the gallery come out? Old filtration corridor, Owen said. Maybe 60 feet north. There's a ladder up to Gallery B, locked, probably. My MasterCard might work, if the access system has power there. It was our second attempt. The hatch sat behind the shelving unit Owen had fallen into. We moved the scattered filters aside and found a square steel panel about 3 feet off the floor, secured by 4 hand-turn latches. The lower 2 were painted over. Owen attacked them with a wrench from his tool case. His breathing had become shallow, and every time he twisted, he pressed his elbow against his ribs. You cracked something, Mara said. Bruised. You don't know that. I know what cracked feels like. That is not reassuring. The upper latches opened. The lower left one resisted until Owen struck the wrench with his palm. The final latch would not move. Corroded, he said. Can we force it? I asked. We can force anything once. I extended my collapsible baton and wedged it through the latch handle. Careful, Owen said. I pulled. The baton flexed. The latch squealed but did not turn. I changed my grip and pulled harder. The metal gave suddenly. My right hand slammed against the hatch frame. Pain shot through my knuckles. I dropped the baton. Daniel, Mara said, I'm fine. I was not. 2 fingers had gone numb, and the skin across my middle knuckle opened in a thin red line. Owen turned the freed latch and pulled the hatch open. A pocket of black air waited behind it. The pipe gallery was barely 4 feet high and perhaps 3 feet wide. Large insulated lines ran along both sides, leaving a narrow metal grate path between them. No lights were visible. The flashlight beam reached 15 feet before being swallowed by a bend. The air coming out smelled dry. That was the first good sign we had received. Owen held the gas detector into the opening. Oxygen stayed at 20.8. No carbon monoxide. No combustible reading, he said. I'll go first, I said. Mara shook her head. Your hand. My hand works. Barely. I have the flashlight and MasterCard. I have a flashlight. You also have the pole. I'm not taking a 6-foot pole into that. Owen interrupted. Daniel goes. Mara follows. I stay here. No, Mara said. I won't fit quickly with my ribs. You're not staying alone. The water's rising. Somebody needs to watch the conduit and the trench door. We all looked down. Floor was covered now. Water stood nearly 2 inches deep at the center of the room. It had reached the base of the electrical chase. Owen pointed to a red lever mounted beside the hatch. Manual fire isolation. If water reaches the first junction box, I pull that. It kills the remaining power to this room. And locks the hatch, I asked. No, but it kills the pump controls and emergency repeater. The repeater's already dead. Maybe not completely. Mara looked from Owen to the crawl space. 5 minutes, she said. We reach the gallery door or come back. Agreed, I said. I climbed into the hatch. The grate flexed under my weight. Pipes boxed me in at shoulder level. I could not stand or turn around without crawling backward. The ceiling was rough concrete, marked with white mineral deposits. Mara entered behind me. Still think security is mostly telling children not to climb things, she asked. I would like to return to that. We moved north. The geography was simple enough at first. Straight pipe gallery for 20 feet. A right bend around the old quarantine sump. Another 30 feet to a vertical ladder. At the top, a locked hatch should open into the filtration corridor behind gallery. My injured hand throbbed each time I put weight on it. The grating cut into my knees through my trousers. Behind me, Mara's breathing came fast, but controlled. Halfway to the bend, something moved ahead. A pale shape crossed the flashlight beam. Mara grabbed the back of my vest. What was that? I stopped. The shape returned at floor level, quick, low. A soft scraping followed. I raised the flashlight. 2 bright points reflected from the darkness. For 1 second, the cramped gallery became an animal's tunnel. Teeth, movement, nowhere to stand. Then the thing lunged into the light. Mara made a sharp sound behind me. A rat, the size of a small cat, ran over the nearest pipe, dropped through the grating, and vanished beneath us. Something metallic clattered in the darkness. I stayed still, heart hammering. Mara's grip loosened. Rat, I said, I know. You tried to climb through me. I repositioned. The metallic clatter continued below the grate. I aimed my light down. A contractor's aluminum lunchbox had been wedged between the lower pipes. The rat had knocked it loose. A strip of reflective material protruded from one corner. For a moment, I thought of the figure on the monitor. I reached through the grating and pulled the lunchbox up. It had a name written on the lid in black marker. Elliot. Mara saw it. He came through here. Or somebody put his lunch here. Why? I opened the box. Inside were 2 empty water bottles, a sandwich wrapped in wax paper, a phone charging cable, and a prescription inhaler. No phone. The sandwich was untouched. Mara picked up the inhaler. Albuterol. He has asthma. And he went into a low oxygen area. We don't know that he did. We know his lunch is hidden in a pipe gallery beside it. Hidden or dropped. Mara looked at me as if I were being deliberately stupid. Maybe I was. Finding explanations had always calmed me, even when the explanations were weak. A rat, a failed camera, a badge error, debris in a pump. Each answer put a label on one corner of the problem. But the labels were beginning to contradict one another. We continued to the bend. The gallery narrowed around the quarantine sump. A valve assembly forced us to crawl flat for several feet. My belt caught on a bolt. Mara freed it while I lay with one cheek against cold metal grating. Then we reached the ladder. It rose 12 feet to a rectangular ceiling hatch. I climbed first, using my left hand wherever I could. The hatch had a wheel handle. I turned it. Nothing. I tried again. Locked from above. Master key, Mara asked. No external cylinder. Can you force it? Not from this angle. I climbed higher and pressed my shoulder against the hatch. It lifted half an inch, then struck something heavy. A dragging sound came from above as the object shifted. I pushed again. The gap widened enough for dust and a thin blade of bluish light to fall into my face. Through it, I could see the edge of a construction pallet. They stacked materials on top, I said. Can you move it? Maybe. I braced my feet against the ladder and pushed with my back. The hatch rose 2 inches. The pallet scraped. Then something toppled above us. A crash rolled through the filtration corridor. The hatch slammed down against my shoulder. My left foot slipped. I dropped 2 rungs before catching myself. Pain tore through my injured hand. Mara caught my boot and steadied me. You okay? No, come down. I did. My palm had begun to swell. The cut across my knuckle had reopened, and blood ran into my cuff. The second attempt had failed, but it had revealed that somebody, or careless contractors, had blocked the only alternate route from the other side. It also told us Elliot had been in the pipe gallery recently enough to leave food and medication there. A sound traveled from the direction of the pump room. Not machinery. A shout, muffled by distance and concrete. Owen, Mara said. We turned around. The crawl back felt longer. My knees slipped on the grating. Mara pushed the lunchbox ahead of her. The flashlight beam shook each time my bad hand touched down. When we rounded the final bend, we could see the square glow of the open hatch. Water poured through it. Not a shallow spread now. A steady flow ran over the hatch lip and along the pipe gallery floor, draining through the metal grate. Owen, I shouted. No answer. We crawled faster. I reached the hatch and looked into the pump room. The trench door stood open nearly 2 feet. Brown water surged across the floor. Owen was beside the electrical chase, one hand gripping the red isolation lever. His face looked gray under the emergency light. What happened? I asked. Door moved. By itself, pressure. From water or something behind it. The gas detector lay in the water near the trench threshold, alarm screaming. Its display flashed 17.9% oxygen. Mara dropped into the room. We found Crane's lunchbox. Owen stared at it. Where? Pipe gallery. His inhaler was inside. three-note chirp sounded again. This time, it came from close beyond the trench door. Then a man's voice, weak and distorted, said, "Hello." Mara moved toward the opening. I grabbed her vest with my good hand. "No, he's alive. Low oxygen. He's alive, Daniel," the voice came again. "Help." Owen looked at the rising water, then at the electrical chase. The first junction box gave a small blue spark. He pulled the red isolation lever. The remaining power died. The emergency light went out. For half a second, the room was completely black. Then our flashlights came on, 3 narrow beams crossing through damp air. Behind us, the crawlspace hatch slammed shut. The sound rang through the room. I turned and pulled at it. It would not open. Water pressure from the pipe gallery had forced something against the panel, or the corroded latch had dropped back into place. Either way, our alternate route was gone. At the same moment, another wave pushed through the trench doorway and lifted the gas detector from the floor. The current carried it past us. Its alarm continued as it spun through the brown water. 17.6, 17.2, 16.9. Owen looked at the sealed crawl hatch. Mara looked into the flooded trench. I looked at the locked entrance door. There was no dry route left. Then, the trench door tore free from its top hinge and folded inward against the wall. The surge knocked Mara off her feet and drove Owen into the pump housing. I caught the shelving unit with my injured hand and nearly screamed. When the water settled, it stood halfway up our shins. The open trench corridor was now the only passage that had not been physically sealed. Its air was oxygen poor. Its floor was flooding. And somewhere inside it, a man had just asked us for help. There was no longer a safe retreat to choose. Mara was already moving before I understood what she had decided. She hooked the fiberglass pole through the handle of the floating gas detector and dragged it back across the pump room floor. The alarm had become intermittent, muffled each time water rolled over the speaker. 16.8, 16.7. Owen took it from her and wiped the display with his sleeve. "Threshold's worse farther in," he said. The weak voice came again through the open trench doorway. "Please." It sounded close enough to reach. That was the dangerous part. Distance underground is dishonest. Concrete carries a voice around corners. Water flattens it. A person 30 feet away can sound like they are behind the next door. Mara looked at me. "We can't leave him. We don't have breathing equipment. We have a detector. A detector tells us when the air is killing us. It also tells us when to turn back." Owen leaned against the dead pump housing, one arm wrapped across his ribs. Blood from the cut above his eyebrow had reached his cheek. "There's a fresh air duct above the trench," he said. I turned toward him. "Working. Not with local power cut. Can it be opened manually?" "Damper wheel near the tank ladder." "Where?" 30 feet in. Maybe 35. Mara looked into the corridor. "So we open the damper, improve the air, find crane. If the main air handler still has power," Owen said, "and if it does, then opening the damper does nothing." I watched brown water curl through the doorway. The current flowed out of the trench and across the pump room toward the floor drains, which meant the source was somewhere beyond us, beneath the empty tank. The fog on the acrylic, the warmer air, the cycling pump, they were pieces of the same failure. Something was leaking into the trench, something warm, and the pump had been trying to remove it. I took the inhaler from Elliot's lunchbox and put it in my vest pocket. "We go to the damper," I said. "Only that far. We test every few feet. If oxygen keeps falling, we come back." Mara nodded immediately. Owen did not. "You're injured," I told him. "So are you. My ribs work, my brain works. That is currently under review." He almost smiled, then flinched as his ribs moved. "I know the layout," he said. "So tell us." He pointed into the trench corridor. "Straight to the first junction. Left runs under the tank toward the intake pit. Right goes to the maintenance ladder and air damper. The floor drops 6 inches past the junction. Handrail on the right wall." "What is above the intake pit?" Mara asked. "The old exhibit drain manifold, and the tank directly overhead." Another impact sounded deeper inside, a dull knock. Then the 3-note chirp. Owen's eyes narrowed. "I know that alarm. What is it?" I asked. "Personal gas monitor. Crane had one. Contractors are supposed to." The chirp repeated. 3 notes. Pause. 3 notes. Not a phone. A low oxygen warning. Mara looked toward the darkness. He knew the air was bad. "Or the monitor fell off him," Owen said. We tied ourselves together with a length of coiled utility rope from the shelving unit. Not proper rescue line. Cheap yellow polypropylene, stiff with age. Mara tied it around my waist because my right hand was swelling too badly to manage the knot. I tied Owen's with my left. Owen checked both and retied mine. "Confidence inspiring," I said. "You tied a thief's knot." I tied a knot. That was the problem. Mara went first with the retrieval pole. I followed with the gas detector and flashlight. Owen came last, carrying a wrench and bracing one hand against the wall. The water reached mid-shin at the trench threshold. The corridor was narrower than I expected. Concrete wall on the left. Pipework and cable trays on the right. Ceiling low enough that Owen had to duck beneath several brackets. Every surface sweated. Our flashlight beams caught peeling safety labels, rust blooms around bolts, and a trail of blue nitrile scraps stuck against the handrail. The glove in the floodwater had not been a single glove. It had been pieces. 5 feet in, the detector read 17.1. 10 feet, 16.9. "Still dropping," I said. "Damper first," Mara replied. The floor sloped downward. Water rose to our knees. My injured hand throbbed with each heartbeat. I kept it against my chest and held the detector in my left. Behind me, Owen's breathing had become audible. At the junction, Mara stopped. The trench split around a concrete support. The right branch remained narrow and led toward a vertical maintenance ladder, barely visible through the dark. The left branch widened toward a recessed pit where water churned around a steel grate. Something reflective lay near the left wall. A vest. For 1 second, I thought it was the person I had seen on the monitor. Then the vest shifted in the water. Mara raised the pole. Elliot, no answer. The vest rolled empty. A contractor's hard hat knocked against the concrete beside it. Misdirection again. Clothing without a body. But this time, it did not make me feel better. The gas detector chirped. 16.5. "We go right," Owen said. Mara looked left toward the churning pit. The voice came from there. damper first. Another weak sound carried through the tunnel. Here, definitely left. Mara stepped toward it. I caught the rope between us. Air first. He may not have time. Neither do we. Her face tightened. For one breath, I thought she would pull away. Then Owen coughed behind me, a dry, deep cough. Mara looked back and changed direction. We went right. The maintenance ladder was bolted to the wall beneath a circular duct nearly 3 feet wide. A red handwheel sat beside it, connected to a mechanical linkage, disappearing into the duct housing. Owen pushed past me. I'll open it. You can barely breathe. I can turn a wheel. He planted the wrench through the spokes and pulled. Nothing. Seized, he said. Mara wedged the retrieval pole through the opposite side of the wheel. Together, they pulled. The wheel groaned half an inch, stopped, then moved again. Rust flaked into the water. I held the light while they worked. Owen's face had lost what little color remained. Mara's arms shook. The detector read 16.2. Faster, I said. Helpful, Owen gasped. They pulled again. The linkage snapped free with a crack. The handwheel spun. Inside the duct, metal slammed open. For 2 seconds, nothing happened. Then air rushed through. Not strong, not enough to move clothing, but cool and dry, carrying the smell of public gallery carpet and dust. The gas reading stopped falling. 16.2, then 16.3. Owen sagged against the wall. Main handlers running, he said. The air had not failed across the building. Only our local systems had been cut. That meant somebody had done it deliberately. The fresh airflow bought us time, not safety. Time. We returned to the junction and turned left. The intake pit was a rectangular depression beneath the old exhibit drain manifold. Water poured into it through a cracked flange in the overhead piping, hot enough to steam faintly where it struck the cooler floodwater below. That was the fog. Warm water from a failed exhibit line had been leaking into the trench beneath the drained tank, heating the enclosed air. The open access hatches above let portions of that moist air rise into the empty tank, where it condensed against colder sections of acrylic. Explainable, ordinary, and dangerous enough to kill us. The pump intake grate had been covered with shredded plastic sheeting, insulation, and blue gloves. Renovation debris. The pump had sucked it tight until pieces traveled into the line and broke the coupling. Behind the pit, half submerged beneath the ladder platform, a man lay on his side. Mara reached him first. Elliot. She knelt in the water and rolled him onto his back. Elliot Crane was 31 years old, male, slight build, with a blonde beard darkened by water and a deep cut along his scalp. His reflective vest was missing. One wrist was looped through a cable tie attached to the ladder support, not trapped by debris, restrained. Mara felt his neck, pulse. His breathing was shallow and fast. A personal gas monitor clipped to his belt gave the 3-note alarm. I took out the inhaler. Elliot, Mara said, "Can you hear me?" His eyes fluttered. He tried to speak but coughed instead. Mara shook the inhaler, fitted it between his lips, and pressed once as he inhaled, then again. Owen leaned over the cable tie. "Who did this?" Elliot's eyes opened wider. "Reed," he whispered. "Who is Reed?" I asked. "Supervisor. The contractor supervisor. The man nobody had been able to reach." Elliot's gaze shifted past us toward the junction. He's still. A flashlight appeared in the right-hand corridor. Not ours. Down, I shouted. The beam snapped toward us. Something struck the pipe beside my head with a metallic crack. Not a gunshot. A thrown wrench. It dropped into the water. A man stepped into view near the junction, wearing a reflective vest and a respirator mask pushed up onto his forehead. He held a long pry bar in both hands. Graham Reed, 46 years old male, the renovation contractor's site supervisor. I recognized him from daytime sign and photographs, and from the monitor image I had seen only for a second. "You should have stayed in the pump room," he said. His voice was steady, almost tired. Mara positioned herself over Elliot. Owen stared at Reed. "You shut off the circuits. I needed the cameras down. You used my badge. Cloned it weeks ago." "Why?" Reed looked at the ruptured pipe above the intake pit. "Because this was supposed to be fixed before inspection." The answer was so small that it made everything worse. A failed line, hidden damage, contract penalties, maybe fraud. Elliot coughed again. Reed's face tightened. "He found the bypass," he said. "Wouldn't keep his mouth shut." "So you tied him down here?" Mara asked. "I was coming back. With the oxygen dropping, I left his monitor. You left an alarm beside him. I didn't plan for the pump to clog." Owen laughed once, painfully. "That is your defense." Reed raised the pry bar. "But he was supposed to come down. My baton was still in my vest. My right hand could not grip it properly. I pulled it with my left and extended it. The sound was small in the tunnel." Reed looked at it and then at me. "That won't help you." He was probably right. The water reached above our knees. The floor behind him narrowed. Pipes crowded both walls. There was no room to circle. I needed to know where every sound came from. For once, I stopped trying. I looked instead at the things around him. The open air damper behind Reed. The yellow rope linking us. Mara's fiberglass pole. The hot water pouring into the intake pit. The loose debris plastered over the grate. And the maintenance ladder overhead. "Cut Elliot loose," I said to Owen. Reed stepped forward. I stepped back. He thought I was giving ground. I was pulling rope. The line tightened around Mara, then Owen. Owen understood first. He wrapped the rope once around the ladder support beside Elliot. Reed swung the pry bar. I caught it with the baton. The impact numbed my left arm to the shoulder. The baton flew out of my hand. Reed drew back again. Mara drove the fiberglass pole into his chest. It bent nearly double and knocked him sideways into the pit railing. He grabbed the pole and yanked. Mara went forward. I caught her vest with my injured hand. Pain flashed white across my vision, but I held on. Owen pulled the utility rope tight around the ladder support. Reed stepped across it without seeing. Owen yanked. The rope caught Reed behind both knees. He fell backward. His head struck the concrete edge of the intake pit with a flat, ugly sound. The pry bar disappeared into the water. For a second, nobody moved. Then Reed rolled and reached for the handrail. Still conscious, still fighting. He grabbed Mara's ankle. She kicked free, but her boot came off and remained in his hand. Reed tried to stand. His foot landed on the debris-coated pump grate. The plastic shifted. His leg punched through the compromised metal mesh to the thigh. He screamed. grate folded inward beneath him. Hot water surged around his trapped leg, not boiling, but hot enough to burn. "Help me," he shouted. Mara moved instinctively. I caught her. "No, we can pull him out. He'll drag us in." Reed clawed at the railing. The grate continued bending under his weight. Owen had cut Elliot's restraint with a utility knife. He hauled Elliot upright, then nearly collapsed from the effort. "We need to move," Owen said. The detector read 17.4 now, slowly improving, but the water was rising faster. The ruptured line had widened. Each pulse from the manifold shook the flange. Reed screamed again. His trapped leg was bent at an unnatural angle below the grate. "Please," he said. "Not a threat now, just a man in pain. There are choices you imagine making cleanly. In reality, they are made while somebody is coughing, while your hand is swelling, while another person's fingers slide against wet concrete." I took the retrieval pole from Mara and extended it toward Reed. "Grab it." He did. Mara and I pulled. Owen braced the rope around the handrail and used it as a crude hauling line. Reed rose several inches. The grate tore wider. His leg came free. So did the blockage beneath him. A mass of plastic and insulation vanished into the intake. The exposed drain opened with a violent sucking roar. Water spun toward the pit. Reed lost his grip on the pole. Mara lunged and caught his vest. The fabric ripped. Reed slid sideways into the current and struck the pit wall. His head disappeared under brown water. I grabbed the back of his collar with my left hand. My shoulder felt as if it were separating. For 1 second, I had him. Then the cracked flange overhead burst. A sheet of hot water slammed across the pit. It hit my chest and tore my grip loose. Reed vanished beneath the ladder platform. We did not see him come back up. The new flow filled the corridor with spray. "Move," Owen shouted. We dragged Elliot toward the air damper branch. He could not walk. Mara took his shoulders. I took his legs with my good arm under his knees. Owen steadied us from behind while holding his ribs. The fresh air duct gave us a direction. Cool air against our faces. We reached the ladder beneath the damper. Above it was a maintenance grill leading into the empty shark tank. Owen had not mentioned that exit because, under normal conditions, it was secured from inside the tank. The bolts were already loose. Contractors had removed them and never replaced them. Mara climbed first, barefoot on one side, booted on the other. She pushed the grill upward and rolled onto the concrete tank floor. I tied the rope around Elliot's chest. Mara hauled from above while I lifted. Elliot screamed when his injured shoulder struck the opening, but he cleared it. Owen went next. He made it halfway before his ribs gave out. His hands slipped. I got beneath him and shoved upward with my shoulder. Something tore in my right hand when I caught his boot. He reached the top. I climbed last. The trench corridor behind me filled with a deep grinding noise. The intake pit structure was failing. I pulled myself through the grill and onto the tank floor as water erupted through the opening below. The four of us lay inside the empty exhibit beneath 40 feet of scratched acrylic. Fog covered the viewing panel from the inside. Now I could see why. Warm moisture rolled through the tank in visible sheets, turning our flashlight beams white. Mara crawled to the maintenance ladder bolted to the far wall. The same ladder I had seen from the public gallery. "The access hatches," she said. We climbed, slowly, Elliot between us. Owen could barely use his right side. Mara had cut her bare foot on concrete. My right hand had stopped feeling like a hand and become a swollen, useless weight. At the top, Mara pushed through the open hatch onto the incomplete catwalk. Sections of grating were missing. We moved along the steel beams one person at a time. No shortcuts, no heroics left. At the service platform, my MasterCard still did not work. Owen used his wrench to smash the emergency release cover. He pulled the manual latch. The upper access door opened into gallery. See cold public space air hit us. A fire alarm began somewhere in the building, delayed by the power isolation, and now triggered by water reaching another circuit. Red strobes flashed across the plastic construction curtains. Police did not arrive in time to save us. They arrived 6 minutes later, after we had dragged Elliot into the visitor gallery, and after Mara had used her belt as a pressure strap around his bleeding scalp. Paramedics followed. They took Elliot first, then Owen, then Mara. I stayed upright until a firefighter asked me my name. I told him. He asked me again. That was when I realized I was sitting on the tile with my back against the fogged tank. Graham Reed was recovered from the intake pit after sunrise. He was dead. The line rupture was isolated before it reached the main electrical chase. Gallery C flooded, but the rest of the aquarium remained structurally safe. The threat was over. The building had not been haunted. No animal had survived inside the empty tank. No impossible thing had breathed against the acrylic. It had been warm water, hidden damage, contractor fraud, and one frightened man deciding that another person's life was less important than what an inspection might uncover. That explanation should have made the tank easier to look at. It did not. The paramedic cut my wedding ring off before anyone told me Graham Reed was dead. I had kept wearing it after the divorce because removing it felt like making an announcement. And I had spent most of that year avoiding announcements. By the time the ambulance crew reached Gallery C, my right hand had swollen enough that the ring sat in a deep groove of gray skin. The paramedic tried soap first, then lubricant. Then he looked at me and said, "This is going to sound worse than it is." The little rotary saw made a dentist's whine. I watched sparks jump from the gold. Across the gallery, Mara sat on a folded blanket with her bare foot wrapped in gauze. She kept asking the second paramedic whether Elliot was breathing properly. The answer did not change. Yes. A minute later, she asked again. Owen was on a stretcher with his jacket cut open and adhesive leads stuck across his chest. He complained about the scissors, the cold, and the way the firefighter had moved his tool case. "They dumped the sockets," he told me. "You may have broken ribs." They still didn't need to dump the sockets. The firefighter standing beside him said, "Sir, there was floodwater in the case. Stainless steel, not all of it." Owen closed his eyes, not because he accepted the point, but because he lacked the breath to continue. Red alarm strobes flashed against the empty tank. They lit the remaining fog in pulses, showing the 4 streaks we had left on the acrylic when we dragged ourselves out. Hand smears, shoulder marks, the long arc of Mara's wet sleeve. From the public side, they looked like somebody had tried to wipe a message into the glass. The ambulance took Elliot first. Mara argued until they agreed to let her ride in the second one, though she was not family and barely knew him. I think they allowed it because she answered the medical questions more clearly than anyone else. Approximate exposure time, known asthma, number of inhaler doses, periods of consciousness, scalp bleeding, possible shoulder injury. She knew how to speak when something alive depended on precision. I rode with Owen. He objected to that too. I don't need a chaperone. You tried to crawl through a flooded tunnel with cracked ribs, bruised. You don't know that. I know what cracked ribs feel like. You said that already. And you didn't listen. The ambulance doors closed. Through the rear windows, I saw Gallery C disappear behind firefighters carrying pumps, cables, and yellow air hoses. A police officer stood near the temporary plywood wall, photographing the security reader. Another officer was talking to Calvin, who had come up from the loading dock in his oversized contract jacket. Calvin saw the ambulance. He lifted one hand. I lifted mine back, then wished I had used the left. The hospital confirmed 3 fractures in my hand, 1 metacarpal, 2 small bones near the wrist. The shoulder was strained, not separated. I had 6 stitches across my knuckles, and enough antiseptic ground into the cuts that I could taste it whenever I breathed through my mouth. Owen had 2 cracked ribs, a concussion, and a laceration requiring 7 stitches. He tried to leave before his imaging results came back. A nurse moved his shoes out of reach. Mara needed 11 stitches in the sole of her foot. A fragment of corroded steel had gone through the skin just behind her toes. She received a tetanus booster and antibiotics. Because the floodwater contained enough bacteria to make the emergency physician stop, using phrases like "probably fine." Elliot was admitted to intensive care. He had aspirated dirty water, suffered a concussion, and spent enough time in oxygen-poor air that the neurologist would not predict the outcome that first morning. The cable tie had cut deeply into his wrist. His right shoulder was dislocated, also had burns along one calf from the ruptured line. He did not wake while we were in the emergency department. At 9:12 a.m., a detective named Elaine Porter asked me to describe Graham Reed's death. Detective Porter was 41 years old, female, with short brown hair, and a pale indentation on the bridge of her nose from wearing glasses she had removed before entering the room. She spoke softly, but not gently. There was a difference. Gentle questions offered a way around the answer. Hers did not. "Did Mr. Reed threaten you?" "Yes." "With the pry bar?" "Yes." "Did he strike anyone?" "He threw a wrench. He swung the bar at me." "Did you strike him?" "I blocked him with my baton." Mara pushed him with the retrieval pole. Owen pulled the rope. "Was that intended to make him fall?" "Yes." She waited. I looked at the splint on my hand. "We needed him to fall." "Did you intend for him to enter the intake pit?" "No." "After he became trapped, did you attempt to assist him?" "Yes." "Why?" The answer seemed obvious until I had to say it. "Because he asked. Porter wrote something down. Did you believe helping him put you at risk? Yes. Did you let go of him? The pipe burst. That isn't what I asked. I looked at her. I lost my grip. She nodded once and continued writing. I appreciated that she did not tell me it was not my fault. People say that when they want to end a conversation, they cannot improve. The formal interview lasted 90 minutes. Then another officer collected my torn uniform, radio, baton, and vest as evidence. The inhaler had already gone with Elliot to the hospital. Mara's retrieval pole had been left in the trench. Owen's wrench was found near the upper access door. By noon, the aquarium had issued a statement describing an overnight mechanical incident involving contract personnel. The building closed for the day, then for the week, then indefinitely, at least according to the local news crawl running beneath a weather forecast on the hospital television. No one said contractor fraud until the search warrants were served. The bypass Owen had mentioned was not a simple repair. Reed's crew had discovered corrosion in a heated freshwater line during demolition. Replacing the section would have delayed the renovation and triggered structural inspections in the service trench. Instead, they installed a temporary bypass behind insulation, marked the damaged valve as isolated, and falsified the pressure test record. The line was still live. Elliot found the concealed bypass when he was sent to move grading near the upper access. He photographed it on his phone and confronted Reed. That much came from the cloud backup attached to Elliot's account. The phone itself was recovered 3 days later from the trench, wedged beneath a cable tray. Its case was cracked, but the last audio recording survived. The recording did not capture everything. It began with water noise and Elliot breathing too quickly. Reed told him to delete the photographs. Elliot refused. There was an impact. The phone fell or was dropped. Reed said, "You're making this bigger than it is." Then scraping. Then Elliot saying, "Don't leave me down here." After that, only the personal gas alarm. 3 notes. Pause. 3 notes. The recording continued for 27 minutes. I listened to less than one. Porter played it during a follow-up interview because she needed me to identify Reed's voice. I told her it was him before the first sentence ended. She stopped the audio. "You're certain?" "Yes." "You want to hear more?" "No." That answer came easily. Some doors did not improve when opened. Elliot woke after 2 days. He knew his name. He knew the year. He thought he was still beneath the tank. The nurses had to turn off the monitor alarm in his room because the 3-note pattern made him pull at his oxygen tube. His short-term memory improved over the next week, though he had trouble finding words and became exhausted after simple conversations. Mara visited every afternoon. She never entered without knocking, even when his door stood open. I went once. Elliot was sitting upright with his burned leg elevated and his right arm in a sling. Without the water and blood, he looked younger than 31. There was a shaved patch above his left ear where the scalp wound had been closed. He studied me for several seconds. "You were security," he said. "I still am, technically." "The one with the inhaler, that was Mara. You brought it." "Yes," he nodded. The room went quiet except for the ventilation grill and the soft rubber squeak of a nurse's shoes in the hall. "Reed?" Elliot asked. "He died." He looked down at his bandaged wrist. "I thought so." I waited for him to say more. He did not. Before I left, he asked, "Did you find my lunch?" I told him we had. The sandwich, still wrapped. My wife made it. It was the first time his face changed. Not dramatically. His mouth tightened, and he turned toward the window. I said I was sorry. He nodded without looking back. Owen returned to the aquarium before any of us were authorized to enter. He used an old mechanical key on a west staff door, while the building remained under partial city control. A fire inspector found him in the lower service tunnel, photographing pipe labels, and threatened to have him charged with trespassing. Owen explained that he worked there. The inspector explained that, for the duration of the closure, nobody worked there. Mara called me from the parking lot. "He's trying to get arrested." "Is he succeeding?" "Not yet." When I arrived, Owen was standing outside in a winter coat over hospital scrubs, arguing through a chain-link construction fence. His right eye was yellow with fading bruising. He held his ribs every time he raised his voice. "You're on medical leave," I told him. "I need the pump logs. Police have the server, not the local controller cache." The room was underwater. Solid state memory. Mara leaned on one crutch. "You could have drowned." I didn't. Reed did. That stopped him. It was the first time any of us said the name together after the hospital. Owen looked through the fence toward the loading area. "I should have shut the wing down when the bucket appeared," he said. Mara's expression changed. Some of the anger left it. "You saw a drip," she said. "I saw something that wasn't there yesterday. You could not have known. I'm paid to know." "No," I said. "You're paid to respond when you know." He looked at me. "You responded. That doesn't feel better." "It isn't supposed to." We stood there until the cold worked through our coats. The aquarium reopened in stages after 4 months. Gallery C stayed closed. The city required a full inspection of the older service tunnels, and the insurance company required more. Every door contact was replaced. Badge logs were moved to an external server. Confined space access gained physical locks that could not be defeated through the electronic panel. Contractors had to sign in and out under camera coverage, with a staff escort after normal hours. The renovated shark exhibit was canceled. Officially, the delay and structural remediation made it too expensive. Unofficially, nobody wanted promotional photographs of families standing where a man had died beneath the floor. The tank remained empty. They cleaned the acrylic twice. The fog marks disappeared, but the floodwater left a pale mineral line along the bottom edge. You could only see it when the lights were angled a certain way. Mara transferred to the aquarium's marine mammal team after her foot healed. She said she wanted work above ground. No tunnels, no trenches, no spaces where the exit was behind the problem. She still visited Elliot. He eventually returned home with his wife and began outpatient neurological therapy. He walked with a cane for several months and did not go back to construction. His attorney filed claims against Reed's company, the aquarium, and 2 subcontractors. The cases were still moving through court the last time I checked. Owen retired. Management called it voluntary. Owen called it leaving before they replaced the valves with touchscreens. At his retirement lunch, he gave me the brass key he had used on the mechanical doors. "It doesn't open anything now," he said. "They changed the cylinders." "Then why give it to me? You like knowing where doors go." I kept it. Not on my key ring. In the top drawer of my kitchen desk, beside the 2 pieces of my cut wedding band. My hand never recovered completely. The bones healed, but my middle and ring fingers stiffened in cold weather. I could not close them fully for almost a year. Even now, the grip strength is weaker on that side. The aquarium offered me a daytime supervisor position when I returned. I declined. I kept nights, though not for the reasons I had before. My daughter was older by then and no longer needed me at the school gate every afternoon. The divorce papers were finalized. The apartment was quiet whether I slept at noon or midnight. I stayed because I knew the building, or I thought I did. The ordinary sounds came back first. Pumps, air handlers, the slap of seals against water, plastic signage flexing when the ventilation pressure changed. For months, every metallic knock stopped me. I would stand wherever I was and count the seconds between sounds. I checked doors twice, then 3 times. I learned the new camera system so well that the installation company asked whether I wanted a job. Calvin stopped teasing me about it. He stayed at the loading dock, but he kept the radio volume high and no longer filled every quiet stretch with conversation. Sometimes we went 20 minutes without speaking. Then one of us would key the microphone. Still there, still here. That became enough. Gallery C reopened as temporary event space. They placed portable exhibits along the outer wall and hung a dark curtain across the empty tank. Wedding receptions used the room. Corporate dinners. A local university held a marine science fundraiser there. People ate beneath strings of decorative lights, while the drained tank stood behind fabric. Almost no one asked what was behind it. One night, more than a year after Reed died, I was finishing my 2:00 round when I noticed the curtain moving. Not much. A shallow inward pull near the floor, then release. I stood in the gallery listening. The ventilation system had just changed cycle. The temporary curtain was not sealed at the edges. Air pressure, nothing else. I walked closer. There was no water smell, no alarm, no warm dampness against my face. I drew the curtain back. The acrylic was clear. The tank beyond it was dry, dim, and ordinary. The maintenance ladder remained bolted to the far wall. The service grill we had climbed through had been replaced with a sealed panel and 6 new bolts. I checked each one with my flashlight. All present. As I let the curtain fall, I noticed a small oval of condensation near the bottom corner of the glass. On the public side, I touched it. Wet. The gallery air was cool. My hand was warm. I had probably leaned there during an earlier round without remembering. Or a caterer had moved equipment. Or the cleaning crew had used a damp cloth and missed a patch. There were several good explanations. I wiped the mark away with my sleeve. Then I finished the round. I did not call Mara. I did not call Owen. I did not open the service door. At the security desk, I switched Gallery C to full screen and watched the acrylic until morning. Nothing else appeared. That should be the part that matters. Most nights, it is. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.